Yo, 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 what up, y'all? It's your boy Rob coming back at you once again with another live stream. I got my man Izzy High, Reality Check Virtual Radio. What's good with you, bro?
What up? What up? What up? What up? What up, world? What up, everybody? How you doing, brother?
Chilling, chilling, man. So check this out, man. We got this double toasted um review of that Matrix Resurrection movie. So before we get into that, what's your thoughts on that Matrix Resurrection movie? I think it's interesting, and the thing that made me want to do this live stream is because the way that Double Toasted went about their review, I thought it was very interesting because I want to bring in some points and and have a discussion about it. We got Bronze the God in the building early already. What's good with you, bro? So before we get started on this review, what's your thoughts on this? What do you think about the Matrix Resurrection? Have you seen anything? Have you heard anything? What's your take on it?
I mean, I've seen a little bit, not a lot. I'm kind of holding my judgment um until I start getting a little bit more of a clearer picture of where they're going with it. To be completely honest, I actually have all the Matrixes, and I'm gonna rewatch them all,
Yeah, I
just
think
so
that's
they're
a good idea.
fresh. Just so they're fresh in my head, right? And then when it comes out, I'm gonna go see it. But if you didn't know, they're all on Hulu right now, so you can go check them out.
Oh hell
But
yeah.
yeah, they're all on Hulu, so it's you can rewatch all of them, and that's what I'm gonna do. I'm just gonna rewatch all of them and see what it is, and then kind of see where they go with it. I mean, I know the original story, and I know who wrote it, and I kind of want to see how they diverge from the story, and
Look,
you
bro,
know.
Catsy is in the building. We got Catsy in the motherfucking house.
What up? What up? Yeah. So we'll see. We'll see what it is. So I'm kind of reserving my opinions as of right now on it. But we'll see what your brother has. What he has to say about it.
Yeah, so my question is like what do you think that the Matrix represents? Like do you think that it's one of those movies that's a fiction movie based on like a theoretical possibility or like what is your entire take on it? Because like nowadays everybody, is all into this red pill and black pill and blue pill
Right.
stupidity and these motherfuckers are basing their life choices on a sci-fi movie, but I think that they're not getting the actual message that the movie is actually saying. I think it's actually a lot deeper than that. I think it's actually more applicable than your ability to be able to get women. I think that the system of the Matrix represents certain elements of reality that we deal with. What's your thoughts on that?
Well, I mean, like, there's a perception of the movie, right? And I have like my ideas, right? But to keep it really simple, I kind of listened to the actual original writer of the movie, and her point of the movie. And I know there's, you can derive different things from the movies, and you can see it in different ways, which that's the whole reason why we watch movies, right? But I kind of stick with her ideal of it, which she's talking about, sort of like lightweight religion and the future, right? And that the machine is the antichrist, right? Technically, right? And the man is, the person that's trying to keep it, true, right? And so it's a man's fight with machine and shit like that, right? So it goes kind of deep into that. So I kind of keep it, I look at it from her perspective and how she wrote it. Um, but how I look at it, I kind of look at it as, people see multiple realities in front of them, right? And so because of these, how people see multiple different realities in front of them, they're always going to see things in a different way. And so sometimes it's kind of weird because I watch the movie and I sometimes think, well, maybe maybe Neo is not necessarily the good guy in this movie. You know what I mean? But maybe, you know, it's an analogous to, system of white supremacy, where the machine is the system of white supremacy, and the people that are outside of the machine and that picturesque thing that they give you, those are the people that's fighting the white supremacy. Even though, yeah, I get it, Neo's a white dude and blase blase, but like I said, there's many different things that you can derive from the movie and what it portrays and what it gives you. So, that's a little bit of it.
Yeah, you know what? It's interesting. That's literally exactly how I see it. That's exactly how I see it. And the thing is that when it comes to, the Matrix and all that, like we can say, yeah, Neo's a white guy, but then again, everybody who's not a white guy is a white guy in a movie. So, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's not anything out of the ordinary. And another thing is, we know that dealing with this system, people love to, they love to brag about how flawless and how impeccable and impenetrable the system is. So it's not out of the realm of reality for these people to make a movie, fictionalizing their own system. You know what I'm saying? And as a braggadocio type of tactic.
Right, and but see, what's so funny about it is, well, we all know that the author of the Matrix, the person who came up with the Matrix, right, is a black woman, right? And her characters, actually, a lot of those her characters were actually black, which kind of solidifies that idea. Not only that, but Will Smith was actually supposed to play the role of Neo, but he instead decided to do Wild Wild West. Like, as if people don't really realize. I don't know if how many people realize that, right? So had it been Will Smith that did it, I think it would have been even more so that, we would have seen that it was, the people against the machine, and that machine is the system white supremacy. So
Right. Well, the thing is like, if you be around people, you know what I'm saying, and you listen to people, all of the names, you know what I mean, in the movie, the ship being called Nebuchadnezzar, the end destination for the humans being Zion, you know what I mean? Like, I mean, that's reminiscent of a lot of the Israelite stuff, you know what I'm saying?
absolutely, absolutely.
So, like,
it's it's very gospel. It's very Christian gospel, especially black Christian, black gospel, black, spirituality, black talking points when we're talking about religion. So absolutely, yeah, I see that.
yeah, so I found that extremely interesting. But I was actually interested. You said that you had a little bit more of a complicated idea of your feelings about it. Why don't you go into that?
Well, I mean, it's just, you know, it's like this really deep, understanding of what is reality, what isn't reality. What I mean, and the way that we perceive and then, make our passage through that reality, right? And so that's why, I enjoy movies, because you can see movies in so many different ways, right? And we've already went through, this is what, the third different way you can see this movie, right? And so I think it puts a real question on what is reality, what is true, what is not true, and how we process what we consider reality. So I think it gets pretty deep into that when we start talking about it. So
Yeah, I agree. So let's I don't know if is there anybody in here that watches Double Toasted? Is there anybody in here that watches Double Toasted podcast? This is one of my favorite YouTube channels. I ain't gonna lie. You ever watch Double Toasted, bro?
I'm not sure if I've seen it. I don't keep track of I follow so many people. It's just not even funny anymore at this point.
I keep track of all. I have all like 7,000 YouTube channels that I'm subscribed to memorized. Just stop slacking. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, you know what? I apologize. I will get back on my YouTube game. Very quick here. I apologize. Totally. Uh, I am slacking on my YouTube game right now. My bad.
It's all good. It's all good. You know what I'm saying? Let's check this out real quick. So let me know if you want me to stop it anywhere. All right.
Yeah, for sure.
This show is sponsored by BetterHelp Online Therapy. You are your greatest asset. It's time you started investing in that. Visit betterhelp.com/double toasted and take care of you. you know what? Maybe the Matrix is trolling people. You know, maybe people are trained to think that we've revolted, we've beat the machines.
Yeah,
and,
that was.
and at that point, it reboots itself. And you know, or in business terms, we can make as many goddamn Matrix sequels as we like.
Yeah, it would go
You're right.
forever, huh?
It could
Well-
go forever, man. This
Well, because of that one scene in The Matrix 2, they written themselves, a blank slate every time they want to come back to this series. You know, because the fact, like you said, Corey, they're able to, as he says, reboot this. This is the 6th time we're doing. We're very efficient at it.
just got back from Chicago, but we got more shows coming up. So you can catch us in Miami. And then the next day in Orlando, that's going to be January 20th and January 21st. And then you can see us in Dallas, Texas, February 18th. Go to x1entertainment.com to get your tickets. But if you go below, you can get tickets for these remaining shows over here. You know, they had that trailer for The Matrix. You know, they got a new Matrix coming out.
Yes.
Yeah. What's it called? Matrix, the prophecy, Matrix,
Resurrection.
Matrix Resurrection. There you go. And they had a trailer that came out not too long ago. And everybody lost their damn mind, as you expect them to do anytime there's a new Matrix movie coming out. But they said, Warner Brothers said, oh, shit, sit your asses down. You ain't seen nothing yet. Y'all out here going crazy. Y'all out here losing minds right now. Save some of that because y'all ain't even seen the tip of what this new Matrix has in store for you. You got a trailer. That ain't the real trailer, though. Oh no, that's just
a fake trailer.
That's just a nibble. It might as well be a fake trailer because you know what? We have not even given you the real shit yet, but now they have, and it just dropped out of nowhere. Caught me off guard today. Wasn't gonna really talk about it until I realized, man, you know what? I haven't seen The Matrix in a long time, and there's a lot about The Matrix that I just didn't. I either forgot about or just didn't even know, man.
No, man, that Matrix is fantastic. Definitely one of my favorite trilogies out there. I mean, they weren't all great, but I enjoyed them all as a collective.
And I tell you what, man, here's the funny thing.
So did you like all of the Matrix? Like, what did you guys think about all of the Matrixes? Did you guys like them all equally? Or me personally, I really only liked the first one.
I liked it the first and the second one was okay. The third one was a little lackluster, but like again, I'm gonna rewatch them all, and maybe I'll be able to give a better idea after that. But from what I remember, the first one was definitely the best one. Second one got a little convoluted. The third one I think was a little lacking because the second one was so convoluted, right? So that's just my opinion.
Yeah, I feel that. Braun says that he loved them all, honestly. And V Free says absolutely, they were all great. You know what I'm
Right. I
saying?
think as a collection they were good. But I just felt, there was, it was kind of just right in part one. Part two, there was probably like a little bit too much going on. And part three, it was just it was I guess.
You know what I'd like to see? I'd like to see some spin-offs of the Matrix. Like, you know how they got Better Call Saul for Breaking Bad, and like it takes place before Breaking Bad. It's with Mike Ehrmantraut and Saul Goodman, like before they met up with Walter White and Jesse Pinkman. I would like to see how Morpheus recruited everybody and ended with when he recruited Trinity, because at the time, at the end of when he recruited Trinity, that would be around the time when he got the prediction about Neo from the Oracle. So I think that would be cool as to how he put together that crew. You know what I'm saying?
That'd be interesting. I wouldn't mind that.
Yeah, I think that'd be pretty cool.
Watching this new trailer that came out today, just this trailer alone by itself. This is why I hope that this is good, because I wasn't too crazy about those last two movies, like a lot of other people say. But I tell you this, just watching this and then going back and doing my research actually kind of maybe made me like those last two movies a little bit better, or at least have more of an appreciation for them. They're flawed. I was like, God damn. Y'all actually
So do you think that they purposely like engineered the Matrix like that? Like it's purposely structured like that to as
Well,
soon as like you know that a new one is coming out, then they run the other ones on Hulu, like how you were saying that they got them on there?
yeah, I do actually. And I think that, and that was kind of like my issue, and that's what I'm kind of hoping for this new one. I'm hoping that they kind of, fix some of the things that they did, or at least go through it a little bit more and explain it, and give it a so the last two make a little bit more sense. You know what I mean?
Right.
So I'm kind of hoping that this is going to be the one that kind of puts everything together, and from everything I'm hearing, it's going to be really good, and from everything I'm hearing, it is going to put the things together. But we'll have to see. I'm not quite sure.
Now I got a question. Like, there's always an issue that causes a sequel. You know what I'm saying? So my question for you and what I'd like to hear from everybody in the comments is what do you think? Yeah, I love Double Toasted. Tarek, what's going on with you, by the way? This is one of my favorite channels on YouTube. I watch Double Toasted. I watch Double Toasted Bites. I watch Double Toasted interviews. You know what I'm saying? I love Double Toasted. But my question is, what do you think the specific event is in the Matrix that is going to trigger this next one, this resurrection? What's the event that's going to cause the Matrix? Because at the end of the third Matrix, there was a celebration or whatever, they beat the machines, blah 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 blah. But what is it? Is there any clues that went on in the movie that told you that there would have to be another Matrix?
Well, that's the whole thing. Like from what I remember, I don't remember any, right? And when I saw the first trailer, I was like, did I miss some? So that's when I went off and I actually put them on my playlist on Hulu. You see what I'm saying? So right now I can't tell you that like off the top of my head if there was something that I missed because I seen it so long ago, right? So I'm just gonna rewatch it and I'm gonna see if maybe I missed something. You know what I mean? So I couldn't answer that question to be completely honest right now.
I think that the when I knew, because we've been having the Matrix talks and the Matrix debates like long before any of this stupid ass red pill and blue pill and dumb ass shit that these motherfuckers do. The one thing that I always had an issue with was Agent Smith being able to go into a human. That right there told me that there was something wrong and that there would have to be another movie at the least that explained that.
Right. No, and that part makes sense. I mean, like I think it was, I can't remember who just said it, but they were able to reset, and we knew that they were able to do that in one of the, I think it was two or three, I can't remember which one it was, but you know, that and the Agent Smith thing always did kind of bug me. You know what I mean? Um, so I'm not quite sure, and they reloaded Agent Smith. He's being played by a different character, but I always thought that it was kind of interesting that they decided to reload him and make him a younger, kind of different sort of looking individual in this one. And I don't know, man. That's a good point, but it didn't bother me at the time, like majorly. So you know what I mean. So that's a good point that you brought it up because it wasn't that big of an issue for me, to be completely honest. And maybe it was just because I was just too engrossed in the movie and I really wasn't, you know,
Now
eyeballing that
let
part.
let's bring in the religious parallel because it's interesting because in my opinion, I think that the religious parallel parallels the science parallel because I have a science theory about the Matrix because I think that there's a lot more stuff that's true about the Matrix than people realize or that they want to accept. Now, if you pay attention to how the architect discusses Neo, he calls it a Neo program. You notice that he says, well, the Neo program has been destroyed multiple times, and this
Right.
is where he always gets.
Right.
So what that tells me is that Neo in himself is not a person. Neo
Hmm.
is a set of instructions, right? So the question that I have first and foremost is, do you feel that there's a parallel between Neo and significant characters that we are come across in other science fiction or in religion? And then my second question would be, do you feel that the Matrix knows that a Neo at some point will always be created, and so there's a counter program for Neo that comes around the same time as Neo?
Right. I think Neo would be your um it would be your analog of probably in Christian mythology, probably Jesus Christ,
Right.
the
Hence why his
return.
girlfriend's name is Trinity.
Right, exactly. So that would clearly be the coming back of Christ coming back at some point. So I think that's pretty clear. That's the analogous that we're getting from Neo. As far as what was the other part? Because the religion part, I think it's real clear that it's Jesus. It's supposed to be like a individual. On a what was the other
Oh, you going in and out a little bit, bro. You said, I think you said, what is the other? What's the other question? The other question was the biological aspect, the scientific aspect.
right, the scientific aspect of it would probably be, in my opinion, would probably be um I don't know. Maybe because you can break this down in multiple different things. Like I could even say that Neo would represent the evolution of man, or I can even say that Neo would probably represent the new birth of a new universe, right?
Mm,
And then we could talk about a continuing universe. And again, with me, that would hold a lot of precedent when we are talking about things like the infinite universe and the way that I would see the infinite universe being crunch theory. So to me, it would probably be that kind of analogous. I think that might be what you're asking, but if I'm wrong, correct me.
yeah, that's actually interesting, and that is kind of along the lines of what I was asking. But my thing is, right, would it be safe to say that like your DNA would be somewhat of a program?
Um, yeah, yeah, yeah. You
So
could do.
like
You could say
if
that.
if our reality is a system, right?
Hmm.
Then that means that everything works together. So everything is based on everything. It just has complex relationships of how it's related, right? Like everything is
Yeah.
based on everything. Like not like the concept of nothing is based on the concept of something. You know what I'm saying? Like cold is based on the concept of hot. Like everything is
Right.
based on something else. Like we can't have lone standing concepts in our reality as we know it.
Yes. Yeah. I can agree with that. Absolutely.
So the thing that I would have to ask is, say for instance there is an anomaly with the way that a human is manufactured, right? Like say for
Hmm.
instance, like, once every who knows some certain time period. But see, the thing is that in a system it wouldn't be a time period, it would be cycles. So
Right.
like we deal with linear time because we don't understand what's beyond death. But I think as people start to understand what's beyond death, instead of calling it death, we'll call it a cycle. You see what I'm saying? And that's the way that everything works in the system. Everything in the system works in terms of a cycle. So my thing would be, we have to see how many cycles occurs before there's this anomaly that creates this person that's meant for this specific thing. But then, the system has to defend itself. So, as like an immune system mechanism, it creates something to counter, what
Hmm.
was created, what was
Right.
organically created or whatever.
Right. Okay. I can understand that. I can definitely understand that. It's that's really interesting how you would say that. I think that would kind of go along with the idea of the evolution that I was telling you about, right? And so, like, if we're talking about this in that sense, right, the evolution is the new. The new is going to make everything before that outdated and obsolete, right? But the obsolete is always going to keep on fighting until it is just outdone and replaced completely, right? And so I think, on the level of DNA, I think you can, and that programming, I think you can definitely make those correlations. I think that's pretty simple to accept.
Yeah, yeah, I think that makes sense.
Yeah.
So in my opinion, right, that's why I said that I think um that Agent Smith is also a one, because in my opinion there would, if there's one for the humans or for organic creatures, right? Like if the system of reality that counteracts the matrix, every now and then comes up with a program of a individual that's supposed to be able to reject, the matrix system and the matrix programming, as a defense mechanism, the matrix would have to have an analog program that's equal to that person, like a
Right.
Christ and an antichrist, right? There has to be
Right.
something to cancel that out. So
Absolutely.
in my opinion, what people don't realize, or they might realize it after these watching these other videos, is that in my opinion, um, Agent Smith had more abilities and he had more aptitude for what would be something similar to free will than the other agents. And I believe that's because he's the Matrix version of Neo.
I would have to agree to that. But the question then kind of needs to be posed. Is he the Matrix version of Neo, or is Neo trying to uh mimic that Smith? You know what I mean? Because if you
I think that Smith would have to be the Matrix version of Neo. It couldn't be the other way around because the humans created the robots. So
okay.
anything that the AI created would have to be a
Mhm.
mimicry of either human or human capability, in my opinion.
Right, but Smith was able and had the capacity to like do all of these things, right? And it wasn't until Neo got to a certain point that he was actually able to mimic the Smith. So the question is
But was
is
Smith actually mimicking? But was Neo actually mimicking Smith though? Neo was actually just doing what he innately is able to do. He just didn't know how to access those abilities.
But
Smith
not everybody
actually,
could do that, though. That's the thing. Not only Neo was able to do that. You see what I'm saying? So, and it's only a few because he said, all the previous Neos, which means that there was a previous Neo in all these different timelines, right? But the question was, but there weren't a whole bunch of Neos, such as Morpheus wasn't Neo, right? There was always these levels in which these people were able to get to, but they weren't able to always crack that top echelon. It was only Neo that was able to do that. You see what I'm saying? Trinity couldn't do that. Morpheus couldn't do that. Even Morpheus was limited, and Morpheus taught Neo, right? And so that's the question that I'm saying. Well, are if we're innately able to do it, is it everyone that's innately able to do that? Or is it simply there's only the one that can?
what I think is that the one has an aptitude. It's the aptitude that makes that individual the one. I think that everybody is capable of everything that the one is able to do. It's just that the one has the aptitude to be able to understand how to do it and master it much faster and more efficiently than everybody else. And in my opinion, that's what makes him the one. Because the thing
Mhm.
is that, like you said, Morpheus taught Neo. So if he taught Neo, then he had to have some kind of understanding of the abilities that he was able to do. Like
Mhm.
like Neo was the one, but at first he wasn't able to make the jump. Trinity had made the jump and Neo made the jump. Trinity and
Mhm.
Neo both demonstrated ability to be able to dodge bullets, but Neo did it efficiently at the agent's highest speeds. You see what
Mhm.
I'm saying? So
Mhm.
I think that what it is that the one is immediately given innate aptitude to be able to enhance all of those skills that's necessary to disarm anything in the matrix. And I don't think that Agent Smith ever learns anything. What I think is that Agent Smith adjusts to Neo's level of expertise based on his programming. Something in the Matrix understands when Neo unlocks another level, and then it just gives Smith some kind of ability. Like when Neo was able to, dodge bullets and different things like that, then Smith was able to start multiplying himself, which is something that he wasn't able to do before. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Neo figured out that he was able to fly. All of a sudden, Smith was able to fly. It got, and I think that what we saw is just the highest levels of anyone who had ever made it through the Matrix, which is why Smith exhibited that ability to be able to go into a human, and some of the other things like reject what was being told to him by the Matrix. I think that Smith, his evolution is concurrent to Neo's evolution, except for Smith's happens automatically to deal with what Neo is evolving into.
So can we safely say that possibly the old Neos were the old versions, and this is the evolution, and this is where we're talking about as humans. There's always that next step, that next progression. So this analogous would be of people, right? So we are always uh, evolving, right? And it just takes that one, right, to show everyone else that it can be done. And so then we are able to evolve and get better and better as people, right? As what we do, we're able to get more comfortable. So our technology gets better and higher and more efficient. The things that we're able to do physically gets higher, better, more efficient, right? And
Yeah,
so there's that very quick and clean analysis of showing you how evolution works. I
yeah.
would you agree?
Yeah, I was actually about
Okay.
to say, I think that Agent Smith was a literal laws of nature, laws of evolution programmed into the Matrix, specifically targeted at anything that the system of reality could actually create to combat the Matrix.
All right, I'm with you there.
All right, cool. That's what's up. All right, I'm about to play some more of this.
Actually kind of smart. It's
Yeah,
funny.
I think they're cool
But
though.
you,
Like there
Yeah.
are some videos online, if you watch them explaining you every little detail in there that you missed. I realized I missed a lot. I was like, they're not that bad
The
actually.
Matrix
Yeah.
just made me realize how dumb I was back
Yeah,
in
I
the day.
know.
It made me realize I was, you know what? Maybe I didn't like those movies because I was just stupid. I didn't, I didn't get it. I'm a little older. I'm a little wiser. And hopefully I'm wise enough to understand what the Matrix was trying to say. I think I understand it, and I haven't even seen this new movie yet, but this trailer speaks to me and made me say, you know what? Wow, I get it now. Let's go ahead and take a
Mm.
look at this new trailer, which I think will be the final trailer, ours, before the movie comes out. Only got a couple of weeks.
see that? Yeah, this has to be the final one.
I'm looking at this, and I thought, so this goes to show you how much I did not keep track or comprehend what the Matrix was trying to do. Because back in the day, I thought Neo defeated the Matrix. I thought the Matrix was done. And
See, like, I think that's where people messed up. They thought that Neo defeated the Matrix.
Yeah, I never thought that they actually defeated the Matrix. I just thought that, again, going back to what we were just talking about, there was a new evolution. And I was kind of wondering if they were going to pick up from there and move on. And for a long time, I actually didn't think they would. So I'm actually hoping that we have another trilogy that comes from this, to be honest.
So check this out. He Bronze the God, and I forget who, I think it was my man Vincent Harper or Conrad Murray. It was one of those two. Um they brought up the fact that some people believe that the John Wick series is tied into Matrix. Now, I got a question for you as that applies to your understanding of it and how it would translate to reality. Um would multiple matrices be multiple universes? How would that be represented in reality? What is the limits of the Matrix? Is the Matrix the universe, and then other realities are other programs, or like how does that work? Because the way that I'm looking at it, right? Like if it's based on a computer, all right. So in order for the motherboard to work, the motherboard has to work, it has to be able to interpret electrical signals, right? So something else has to be putting those electrical signals together. So that's the reason why I believe in all those parallel universes, but I believe that they're all wired to each other in a weird and different way. You know what I'm saying? So my question is, would a new Matrix, like, see, in this Matrix, if you look at it, you know what I'm saying? Like all of a sudden it's like everything takes place, but there's just like little elements that are different. Like Neo just doesn't recognize Trinity, and just like some little weird shit, it's like some butterfly effect, Mandela effect type shit. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So in this reality, would other computer programs be other matrices, and would those be other universes, or how would that work?
I mean, I would think that would probably be how it works. It'd probably be other programs making its own different universe. I mean, that's the only thing that I could think of, and that would probably be analogous to people believing that there's multiple different Earths now, right? The parallel universes and all that bullshit, right? So, I mean, possibly. I mean, I think that would probably be a good start, or a good way of looking at it, in my opinion, because even Morpheus isn't, we know they recast Morpheus, they recast it, I think. uh did they recast Trinity? I can't remember if they
No,
recast
I think
Trinity.
Trinity is the same. I think they
She's the same.
recasted Morpheus, and I think they recasted Agent Smith.
Yeah, those two, Agent Smith and Morpheus, are recasted. So, and Trinity looks a little bit different, right? But she's still Trinity. So yeah, I mean, that's a very good possibility. That's probably a different universe, or a different program that they're running, and that's where he's in.
Yeah. No, I agree. I agree. That's interesting. Like something like a Marvel universe or something like that.
Right. You have 616, right, which is, regular, and then you have, universe 2120, and then you have universe 1, and then universe, 747, and all these other ones. So yeah, I think it's the same as that.
Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense.
Warner Brothers says Matrix done, not as long as the Matrix is making money. What you really are stupid. What are you talking about? Why would we kill the Matrix when it made that much money? Warner Brothers, if there's any studio out there that is a sequel machine, it is Warner Brothers. Warner Brothers at one time said, you know what? They just put it out there. They said, we ain't making no more original shit. If it ain't based on a book, if it ain't based on another movie that existed a while back, if it's not based on some other property that we can remake, we ain't doing it. And right now, that's what they're doing with the Matrix. Now, just to talk about the Matrix story right here, Oz, you said you're a big fan of this, right?
Oh yeah, huge fan. I loved it when it came out in 1999, to a point where I saw it in the theater, and I bought the DVD when it came out. I didn't have a DVD player.
No.
That's how much I said. One day I'll own a DVD player, and when I do, I'm going to play this.
This is an investment for the future.
Yes. One of these days, when I'll know. Oz says, I know I've made it when I can actually play my Matrix DVD.
That was my single DVD I had without a DVD player. It was crazy.
Yeah, until then, I just sit up here and spin on my finger, look at it, and just remember the movie. I know you're a big fan.
Yeah, I love it.
I know you love it because you love that sci-fi that has intelligence, that has, plays with philosophy, plays with.
I like the hidden meanings.
The hidden meanings in there. Yeah, I look evil as fuck. I like the hidden meanings. But speaking of hidden meanings right here, I'm gonna tell you something. The reason why I appreciate this, and looking at this trailer and going back and looking at what the Matrix has done, man, this thing it was set up for a sequel from the very beginning. I'm looking at this and I think from just a business standpoint, this is amazing what they've done here, man. And do I think?
So, what do you think about this as far as, do you think that the Matrix can end movie wise? Like, will there always have to be a sequel?
Um, I think the Matrix can end if they do it correctly, but again, kind of going back to his point, why would they end it if they're making a lot of money? And there's so many different directions that you can go with Matrix, right? There's so many different things you can do, so many different storylines, and you can veer off to any, excuse me, any direction, right? And so, I think you could in the Matrix. And I know that the writer um had intended it for it to be like end, but I don't see that happening anytime soon.
Yeah, no,
Especially if
I agree. I agree.
especially if this one makes like any close to the amount of money that it made before.
I think that
And
this
that's
is gonna make way more. There's been, I think that, I think, I think that this is gonna set some records with now. Do I think that it's gonna be a good movie? I don't know. That remains to be seen. But as far as financial performance, I think that this is gonna do pretty well. Unless some crazy shit like a new variant comes out and like they can't launch it properly, like, you know what I mean? Like if some shit like that happens, but if all the conditions are, the way that you could launch a normal movie, I think that this is gonna do very well.
I definitely think um it's gonna do financially very well, right? Um I'm not gonna lie though. The kinds of movies that they've been bringing out lately are not up to standard. I don't know if you've noticed it, but a
Yeah,
lot of the
I've never,
movies.
I don't watch none of that bullshit. I don't think that
Mhm.
any movies or any TV is good. This is around the time when I stopped watching shit, like when honestly, like the first Matrix movie, for real, for real.
Right, right. See that, and that's my whole thing is I don't know if they are going to be able to tell such a rich, in-depth story like the first Matrix. I don't know if they're even going to be, I don't know if it's going to live up to that. And the number one reason is because, okay, so you had Matrix that was based off of a script that this black woman had wrote. You see what I'm saying? And so they had something to build on, right? And the rest is kind of, the studios, a lot of the rest of the stuff is kind of bits and pieces of it, but it's kind of the studio's makings. And you can tell the difference between what she had wrote compared to what they kind of added in, right? And they didn't fare as well. You see what I'm saying? So I don't have a whole lot of hope in this movie, to be completely honest. I'm gonna go see it. I think it's gonna do absolutely phenomenal financially, but I don't know if it's going to live up to expectations.
Yeah, no, that's fair. That's fair. The only thing that I can think of is, when the Matrix first came out, it actually indeed changed the standards of movies itself. You know what I mean? With like special effects and complicated storyline and different things like that.
Right.
So, being the fact that Matrix was a trendsetter like that, I think that the potential is there, but I don't think that the talent or the intelligence is there, on the part of the writers or anything like that. I don't think that they're capable of maximizing the potential of the Matrix the way that they could. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Right. Now if they went back and went to the writer of the Matrix and she had anything to do with the script at all, anything to do with the story, um, then we might be in for a great ride. But I don't know if they did do that at all.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know if they did that. Probably not. You know what I'm saying? It was already hijacked, as it was, in its current form. So,
Right.
I doubt that, they'll do anything, as far as any of that goes. If you guys
Right.
can, if you guys could smash the like button, and if you're not subscribed, hit the bell and share the video, that'd be great. All right, I'm gonna
Right.
run the
And
rest
I
of it.
don't know, and I don't know if you guys or if anybody knows this, but the woman who wrote this, number one, I think everybody by now should know she was a black woman, but she also wrote Terminator. Okay. And Terminator and the Matrix are all a part of the same universe. I don't know if anybody knows that, and I don't know if that's going to change your opinion of this universe at all. And it might,
S- So that
you
kind of
know,
takes care of the predecessor issue with the Matrix because now we know what the Terminators evolved into.
right. And this is, and it kind of does, but there's
So then
still a
wait a
gap.
minute. That would have to make you ask the question, is the Neo program in in a family lineage? Like is John and Sarah Connor the precursors to the Neo program?
And that's a great question, but I do think there's still room for the middle, right? Something after Terminator but before Matrix, right? There's that dead area in between that, so the prequel that you were talking about I think is still completely possible.
Yeah, because then there would have to be that time where, the Terminators decided to basically re-terraform the world and they set up the farms and all that. And I'm sure there were some people that escaped. Somehow, all of those people, Trinity, everybody who's able to be reinserted into the Matrix was once connected at some point. So there's a story about that could be told. You know what I'm saying? How
Right,
they rejected it. Because how did those non-Neo people reject it? Unless they were freed by an earlier Neo.
right. And so it's like you have basically Terminator. When you understand the story of Terminator, it's about man versus the machine, right? And then um, clearly the machines won, right? And then we were automatically hooked onto the machines, right? And that's how we have the Matrix, right? And so there had to be that Neo, there had to be that John Connor, that Sarah Connor, there had to be that first Neo, right? And this is the Neo, the newest Neo that we're dealing with when we're dealing with the Matrix.
So that's interesting because what I would think that what I don't understand is it seems like the Matrix in that case it still hasn't found a way to detect who Neo would be on a molecular level in the incubators, because in my opinion they should have some kind of system scanning the incubators, scanning the DNA constantly of those of the human babies that are born, and they should have a range. They should say maybe like maybe a 10% codon error match. There would be like
Mhm.
a range of DNA that if the DNA was within this range and it would be called the Neo range, then that would be aborted. That child will be aborted, and any program used to create that incubated child, that would be scrapped as well. If that if I had programmed the Matrix, that's how I would have programmed it to try to detect that kind of thing.
Right, but you got to remember that first off, the machine was created by human, okay? And it was an AI. So the machine learns, but that doesn't necessarily mean it has the capability of recognizing who that next Neo would be. You see what I'm saying? Like there's
But that's what I'm
only a
saying. It
certain
would have
point.
to. It wouldn't even have to recognize it as a person. Would it? If Neo comes from a lineage, which I'm assuming that Neo has to come from a lineage, because like if we're dealing with part real world shit, you know what I'm
Mhm.
saying? Then like we would have DNA would have to matter at some point because those.
But that doesn't mean that it has to come from any particular lineage. If you wanted to say that there's a certain type of individual, right, rather than lineage, I would be with you. When you say lineage, it means blood, right? It means history of blood relation, right? And I don't know that to be absolutely true, right? And from what we know from the past neos, that's not necessarily true, right? So it would have to be cognizant ability, and potential, not necessarily DNA in that sense, in lineage sense, maybe in a different sense, maybe, but that could be where the problem is, where the actual machine can't quite figure out what is distinct for all these different neos in the past.
Right. Now, my thing would be I still think that there would be some kind of lineage component, because the lineage component would have the highest probability of recreating that DNA. However, I do think that there's also a random component as well, because since we're dealing with numbers and random combinations and different things like that, like, yeah, sure, something that could counter the Matrix could randomly occur. So, it might have started out as the Neos came from a lineage, and then the system of reality had to evolve itself to deal with the system of the Matrix, catching those Neos and killing them before they could grow up. Because in my opinion, that would kind of be like the whole firstborn, Egyptian type, or firstborn, Egyptian thing. You know what I mean?
Right.
That's why we're killing the babies, so that there's no pharaoh ever again. You know what I mean?
Right.
That kind of thought process.
Right. And I can understand that. I don't know. I think it would. I think it. I don't think it has to be a lineage thing. I'm. I probably have to slightly disagree a little bit, because I don't think it would have to be a lineage thing. I think it would be more on the spectrum of randomness, like, that random, possibility, right? In my personal opinion, because if it was a lineage thing, if it had anything at all to do with lineage, all they would have to do is kill the bloodline, and
Right.
it would stop that
See,
immediately.
but I think they did. I think they did do that at first. You see what I'm saying? Like, and the reason why, because if we're gonna tie Terminator in, the good Terminator always came and was like, both Terminators came and were
Mhm.
programmed to find the Connor family.
Well, no, actually, it was John Connor first, right? So, and he was a human, okay, and then
But it was
after that,
Sarah before John, right? Sarah Connor first and then John.
so okay, so it was John Connor. Okay, so it was the dude, not John Connor, but his father, that actually came and looked for Sarah. Okay, in the first part, right? And then after that, um, they set up things in the future so another Terminator would keep them safe. Okay, and they would send them back. And if you actually watched, I think it was the last Terminator that just came out. What we find out is that the son was the lead of the army, and he sent back his own father, and he was the same age as his father, and he sent his friend, right, that he was in the war with, back to protect his mom, and that ultimately ended up being his father.
That's crazy.
Yeah, it is kind of crazy.
But I could believe it though. You know what I'm saying? And but then that's interesting too though, because those time warps, they could have some kind of influence on the random possibility of a random DNA combination of a Neo program being created too.
Exactly. So
Yeah, that makes sense. That's
this
interesting though.
it gets deep, brother. It gets deep.
Yeah, exactly. That's why I think that's I think that's why it's interesting to explore this, because in my opinion, you know what I'm saying, like, if you can think about all of these things, because like all this is like counteracting stuff. And the thing that we got to deal with is that we deal with this literally every single day. We just don't see it, or we do see it, but we don't see all parts of it when we see it. You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
I think 100% they had this planned out. I don't know. I can't say. But I will say that it was set up in one form or another to be, again, like I said about Warner Brothers, a sequel churning machine. You know, thing is that when I went back and looked at this trailer, this whole thing is they have a theme here, and that theme is about looping, and that thing is about the theme is about repetition. And I went back to kind of see what this means, and a lot of people know this, but I didn't realize how much of sort of not clone, but Neo has been manufactured, or he's been figured into the Matrix's plans as a returning thing. He's called the anomaly, man. Okay, now this is something that y'all all
Mm.
know. You know, he's an anomaly. Every now and then a human is born that rejects the machine. So he's not a clone, but he keeps coming back in some form or another.
See, I think that's important. What do you think about that?
No, I think it's very important, but I think this is kind of what we were just kind of speaking on. Is it lineage? Is it random? Is it a clone? What exactly is it? And
I think
I
it's just
think
a set of instructions. I don't think it's any more or any less than a set of instructions or a set of instructions and a set of physical tweaking that can either follow a lineage or can appear randomly in a person to combat the matrix. I think it's an advanced element of a collective human immune system to extermination and genocide.
yeah, I can see that. But I don't know if you can necessarily say it's a genocide because there's a purpose now, and we don't really understand or know the perfect purpose because it's never really came to total light. But there is a purpose for these machines keeping the humans alive, right?
Well, yeah, they
Because
use them for. You remember the way that they slowed the humans down is that they blocked out the sun, and when
Mhm,
they blocked out, that's going to slow down everything. You know what I'm saying? And
right.
so then also when they blocked out the sun, the robots needed an alternative source of energy. So then they started using human metabolism and human thermal energy as energy.
Right. So the thing is they're always needing the humans, right? Even and I think that's kind of an interesting type situation too, if you ever think about it, right? Where
Yeah, it's the same
eh,
as white supremacy.
right, it's like it needed it. It didn't want it, but it needed it, right? It's like they at first the idea was eliminate them all, right? And then it shifted and the machine realized that wait a minute, we need that, right? We need them. We don't like them, we don't want them, we need to suppress them, but we do need them, right?
And we have to make a system to make sure that they don't get out of control and realize what's going on.
Right, exactly. And that's why this is, very interesting in so many ways. And to me, the analogous of white supremacy and people fighting against the system, white supremacy, is absolutely clear as the sun. What's up, Kareem? What's up, Marlon? What's up? So I just think that that's really, really interesting how that plays a part in this whole thing too.
I think it's also it also brings that maximum sophisticated confusion to mind.
Oh, absolutely,
You know what I mean?
absolutely.
Because if you're living in a system of illegitimacy, what's good, Shatera, and a matrix system, right? And that
Mhm.
the matrix system, it cannot kill you. It just has to keep you at a controllable level, which is interesting because we've been at 13% for what, like the last damn near 10 years.
No, actually, we've been at 13% for the last close to 40 years, 50 years.
So so that's exactly the control tolerance is 13%. So they have a
Mhm.
tight mechanism to keep you at 13% of the population. The
Right.
same way that the Matrix has a tight control mechanism to make sure that all of these humans are strapped into into these energy production units that basically drain out the energy from the humans. And I find it
Hmm.
interesting because they drain that energy out from the humans
Hmm.
to fuel the system of the Matrix, which is
Right.
interesting because they drain everything from us. Don't ever, we're suffocated to the point where even if we have ambitions and try, we
Hmm.
can't get anywhere.
Right.
But they drain our dollars to make the economy go, and they also drain the resources on Africa to continue to perpetuate this system.
Well, and then they drain our culture and everything from our culture. And
Everything, yeah.
one of the prime examples of that is how we came up with hip hop, how we put together this thing called hip hop.
We
And
came up
now
with this damn
they
movie.
right, and they claim control of it, right? And so this is a very, very clear analysis of white supremacy, and the Matrix is white supremacy, and the Smith and all the other machines quintessentially are white folks.
So who would be the black Neo that that white supremacy keeps taking out? Because it would be it would there could be a scene if the Matrix was a real world, and
Hmm.
somebody was fighting a system of white supremacy or whatever, and they busted into the White House, and you got Joe Biden or Trump, either one, because it don't matter, sitting
Hmm.
there, and they just like we've beat this a million times, you know what I'm saying, and we'll beat it again. There's been those before you.
Hmm.
So who would be the programmed Matrix person for those fighting against the system of white supremacy?
So
Because
who
the
would be Neo
who would be
today?
Neo? Would it be like Hannibal? Would it be MLK? Would it be Malcolm X? Would it be what was that motherfucker named Khalid Abdul Muhammad? And that was his
Right.
name? And would it be
Khalid
him?
Khalid Muhammad. Yeah.
Yeah, who would it be? Who would it be?
Um, that would be hard to just point it on one. And here's my thing: I don't think we have to put it on one person. I think the better question would be, well, who is the Neo of today, right? Because we know there was plenty of Neos before. So all of those Neos before could have been, your MLKs, or your Malcolm X's, or your Khalid Muhammad's, or you know what I mean. So she said, "Okay, I got a secret. I am the Black Neo. You got me." so, and the newest Neo is clearly Shatira. You know what I mean? So it is,
We're saved. That's what's
we're
up.
saved. We are saved. You know what I mean? So I don't know who the most recent Neo would be, because a lot of black folks today are so confused and so busy fighting this fight
Well,
for
that's
everyone
but see,
else.
look, see what Kareem said. Kareem said, like in the movies, agents could potentially be anyone, black, white, or other. And see,
Right.
and I agree with that. And in my opinion, that parallels that whole maximum sophisticated confusion thing. Because
Hmm.
that to me, if you're in the matrix and you don't understand that you're in the matrix, then you don't understand that you can be controlled and potentially lethal to other people. That's the same
Right.
as saying if you don't understand what does it say? If you don't
Racism.
racism and
If you
white
don't, if
supremacy,
you yeah, if you don't understand racism, white supremacy, then everything else you think you understand will only confuse you.
and then you'll be a potential danger because there's nothing more dangerous than a confused, ignorant person.
Right, exactly. And so so right now I couldn't put a name to who the new Neo would be. Because right now, to be completely honest, I don't see a Neo. I don't, maybe, I just haven't found him yet. Maybe he hasn't peeked his head. I mean, I would say that maybe one of the last Neos would be Tupac. The closest thing to a Neo would be Tupac. I don't know
What
who
about
would
Dave
be.
Chappelle?
Um, I don't know if I could put it on a Dave Chappelle. To be completely honest, I don't know, because I don't know him personally. I just know his work, right? And
Should we be looking for Neos to cultivate?
I think we should be trying to cultivate not just one Neo, but multiple Neos.
Yeah, I think so too. I think that we should be cultivating Neos. I think that we should be writing the lessons that are necessary for a Neo to be able to have a collective body of knowledge. Because what you got to understand is once you get to the point where you understand that you have to be constantly looking for a Neo, right? Then what you have to understand is that the first Neo is going to lose, and that all these Neos are going to lose until there's no more Neos.
Well, I think it's kind of interesting what Shatira said, because what she said is, I don't think that we should. And I think that might be a very interesting thing to even think about. Should we even have a Neo? And here's the thing. My thing is this. I don't think that we should have one Neo at all. And this is the reason why I said that we need multiple and be trying to cultivate multiple Neos. Because if we have a whole bunch of people who are quintessentially neos, right? Then we can actually make a movement in what we're trying to accomplish. But if you have one, two, three, one major one and a few underarching neos, all of them can be taken out, like Malcolm X and King and everyone else that came before them, right? So yeah, I understand, even though I totally understand uh, Shatira's point. I think we should be looking at the bigger picture, and we should be cultivating, each and every single one of us should be cultivating our own individual neos, i.e., your children.
Yeah, I totally agree. That's what she says. She says, "Be your own Neo." You dig, and I agree with that. My thing though that people should consider is that Neo was never the leader. He didn't lead ever. He was
That's
always
true.
he was always either led by Trinity, because Trinity was the alpha. You know what I'm saying? Like Neo was the beta. You know what I mean? And he was also led by Morpheus, because he didn't
Hmm.
know how to control his powers. But the interesting thing about Neo was that Neo was a good student, and him being a good student allowed him to utilize his powers. He never really, he didn't talk back to Morpheus. I mean, he just did what he was told, basically. And then when it came to Trinity, I mean, like I said, she led him around. You know what I mean? So he kind of knew his place.
Right. Morpheus was more so the leader. Yeah, I actually agree with that. Morpheus was game. He was a planner. He was the guy
Yeah.
that actually came up with the plans
A
and
lot of
how
times,
you go around doing things. So
a lot of times when Neo was by himself, he couldn't he couldn't cut it. You know what I'm saying? He always needed either Trinity right there, or he needed Morpheus. He never, what did Neo do by himself, except for when he was in a situation where he either had to save Morpheus or Trinity. Now he knew what time it was when it was time to save either Morpheus or Trinity.
hmm
But
hmm
when that wasn't the case and he was on his own, what did Neo actually do besides get fucked up a bunch of times?
good point. Good point.
So
So
my
should we be creating a whole bunch of trinities, or should we be creating a whole lot of Morpheuses, or should we be creating a large amount all three?
I think that if maximum sophisticated confusion is the way to keep somebody in the matrix, I think that maximum collective understanding is the way to get out of it. So that means that as long as you have a maximum sophisticated understanding, that one person will naturally just arise out of that who's has a higher aptitude. And if everybody knows what they're supposed to be doing, then you know what I mean, then shit should work out. Because in my opinion, that's what happened on the Matrix. Like I said, other people demonstrated things that Neo wasn't able to do until he was taught. Trinity was able to make the jump. You know what I mean?
Hmm.
Morpheus was able to make the jump, despite the
Hmm.
fact that Neo had the innate ability to do those things effortlessly. He didn't understand how. And it was with and if it wasn't for Trinity and if it wasn't for Morpheus, Neo wouldn't have ever been able to harness his abilities.
That's a good point. You have to know your own strengths. For example, I don't need to lead, but I know how to execute. That's a great point. Great
Yeah,
point.
and I think that, and I think that, yeah, and Trinity didn't listen well, and I think it was because Trinity was just she was just one of those, she was just a strong minded, hard headed ass chick. You know what I'm saying? Like Neo wasn't about to
Okay.
be bossing her around. You know what I mean? Like so, but I think they needed that shit though, because the times when Trinity wouldn't listen, I think she had a little bit of insight that Morpheus or Neo may not have had. You know what I'm saying?
Right. No, I get that. Makes sense. That makes sense.
As a human that rejects machines, the Matrix is ready for this. They know he's gonna come back because it's like a glitch or something in their plan. He's gonna come back.
So I find that interesting because they said, they know that he's gonna come back, right? So like if you pay attention now, if you listen to all of the media and all of the talking points going on, it seems like all of the media, the media is having like a fake civil war, and it's switching to where a lot of the liberal media is starting to sound like a lot of the new black media talking points. And I think it's in an effort to confuse people even further, to get people sounding like they're hearing things that they've heard before, and to confuse messages so that there's still staggered progress. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I can definitely. I was over here. I was talking and
Oh,
thinking.
you good?
Yeah, I can definitely understand that though, for sure. That makes sense.
And when this human is born, they are literally they're literally something that fucks up the program. And the Matrix fights it until it reboots itself. Like I went back and found a scene where this is explained. I believe, was it the last movie where it was explained?
No, I think it was the second movie when the architect was talking about it.
Yeah, the architect
Yeah,
was
the
talking
second
about
one.
this, where it's like,
Mhm.
this is kind of fascinating, man. What they're gonna, again, in a way that they can keep playing these movies forever. The architect explains how, man, you know what? We're just going in circles right here. You keep coming back, we keep rebooting. It's a vicious cycle that goes on right now.
You are here because Zion is about to be destroyed. This will be the 6th time we have destroyed it, and we have become exceedingly efficient at it.
This whole idea of
I think him saying we have become efficient at it is interesting, and I think that that's something that people should really pay attention to.
Oh, absolutely, because it shows again, going back to the system of white supremacy, they understand how efficient what they're doing is, right? And just like the Matrix, and we've already showed the analogous between the Matrix and the system of white supremacy in which we live in, right? And so I think this is a real clear-cut thing of, white folks letting you know exactly what the fuck it is without letting you know. It's a very clear dog whistles, it's that warning.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that they're so blatant and blunt about it because they're at the point where they're so arrogant, which, I guess if you've had a system in place for 400 years, you've somewhat earned that arrogance, that they don't think that anybody's going to do anything about it. So we'll just give you the key to the door and bet you won't put it in. You're either too stupid to put it in, or you're too much of a bitch to put it in. That's
Right,
what they're saying when they do things like make movies called The Matrix.
right, absolutely.
rebooting, this whole idea of repetition, because that's what they're doing here. They're talking about loops, deja vu, repeating things. This whole idea that they have here, man, makes me think that, you know what, maybe the Matrix is trolling people. Maybe people are trained to think that we've revolted, we've beat the machines,
Yeah,
and
that was.
and at that
I think he's coming with some. I don't think that he even realized how good of insights he's coming with right now. You know
I
what I'm
think
saying?
I think he does. I do.
You think he does?
Yeah, I'm not gonna look. I mean, maybe not as deep as maybe he thinks, but I mean, I think he does in a very clear sense.
Yeah,
To
yeah.
be honest.
No, I
So
feel that. I feel that. So you had V Free's comment highlighted. What you want to say about that?
I accidentally did that. I actually didn't even read it. I
Oh, okay.
apologize.
you know what, maybe the Matrix is trolling people. Maybe people are trained to think that we've revolted, we've beat the machines,
Yeah,
and
that was.
and at that point it reboots itself. And our in business terms, we can make as many goddamn Matrix sequels as we like.
Yeah, it would go
You're right.
forever,
It
huh?
could
Well-
go forever, man.
Well,
man,
because of that one scene in The Matrix 2, they written themselves a blank slate every time they want to come back to this series. Because the fact, like you said, Corey, they're able to, as he says, reboot this. This is the 6th time we're doing. We're very efficient at it. So they know that, okay, they need the humans to accept this program need to have the illusion of choice. That's why the anomaly is.
What do you think about that? You need to have the illusion of choice. Man, who always talks about forced ultimatums? See, this is where you get into the realm of wait a minute. No, this is actually some real shit.
This kind of gets into the idea of, do we have free will?
Well, it's also first of all, do we innately have free will? And then do you actually have a choice in a system of white supremacy? Again, people always say, you know, you have idiots like Candace Owens saying black people need to get off the Democratic plantation. And then you have Democrats that say, you know, black people are too stupid to vote for people who aren't racist, for black people who are conservatives. But at the same time, when it comes to conservatism and when it comes to liberalism, both of those are forced ultimatums. That's what Zaddy said that you can have. You didn't make your own choice. You know what I'm saying? Somebody said you can have burgers or hot dogs and that's it, bitch. Like
Right.
that's what it is.
And the thing is we might innately have free will, but we really don't though. You know, and a lot of people ask me a lot, you know, do you believe in free will? No, I don't believe in free will. I believe in choices. I believe that we have choices. We do not have free will, because free will is being able to do whatever you want without having any kind of repercussions, right? That's free will.
Yeah, I
Right?
was gonna say I believe in like a cascading in a cascading decision tree within a limited amount of decisions and possibilities. I don't believe in free will whatsoever because
Right.
right now, currently, I just want to be, you know, in another state and I'm not. So that debunks free will right there.
Right. And that's what a lot of people don't seem to get. V Free says, of course, we have free will. It's God-given blessing. No, you don't have free will. And if you had free will, then you would be able to do literally whatever you want without repercussion. That is what free will is.
But
And that's
what's
the
interesting is that's what white supremacy provides, a level of that for people who are beneficiaries of white supremacy.
no, they give them a level of more ability to make different choices and decisions, but they don't give you free will.
Well, and
And
to
that's
skirt
the problem.
consequences. And to
Yeah,
skirt.
well, yeah, of course. I mean, but and that's the problem. And this is a big problem when it comes to even in a religious context. And let me make sure this is very clear, V. Um, the fact of the matter is, um, even in your Bible, and I suggest you reread your Bible. If you, since you wanted to bring up God, I'm just going to take it there for a quick second. Your God does not give you free will. And he has showed you many times in your own Bible that he does not give you free will. Your Bible tells you there is no free will. Not only that, there are more passages and um, more understanding that everything is predetermined, based upon your Bible. So like, I would not bring God into this conversation at all, because you're going to lose that argument every single day of the week. Okay. And let me just put it into more. Let me just make sure you understand this real quick right now. And this is how you know your God has not given you free will. The fact of the matter is this: free will as a concept based upon your God, your Christian God, is absolutely absurd. Your God is the creating of everything, the knower of all things. He's all knowing, all powerful. He knows what is going to happen before you know what's going to happen. If he gave you free will, there's no way that God could ever know what you're going to do. It is not possible. It's a contradiction. It's a
Satan,
contradiction in logic.
Satan
Okay.
and the snake debunk free will also in the Bible.
Absolutely. And then let's just bring it more to the analogous of the Bible and to the word. Your God even says, I knew you before the earth and the stars were ever created. That's literally right out your book. So that debunks your whole claim of free will coming from a Christian perspective. It's absolutely nonsense. And for any Christian to believe that you get free will, you have ultimately fallen for the okey doke. And that's facts. And I can do this all day. If you really want to go there, come on to my show and talk this same stuff, and I'll blow out every single verse that debunks free will coming out of your own Bible. So, with that being said, we can keep on going.
Well, like Shatira says, it's like saying, do what you want to do as long as you do this. And I agree with that because that's what anytime I talk about, I need to just make a video about my concept of forced ultimatums, but that's literally what everything is, including the ultimatum of do what I say or else you're going to hell or some kind of eternal
Right.
damnation. Like
Right.
and if you, first of all, there's the issue of you have to establish whether God is actually real or not. There's that, right? Once you've
Yep.
gone beyond that and done the impossible and proved God, the next thing you have to do is you have to say, well, how do we have free will if I'm not able to do whatever I want to do, which a lot of things that I want to do are wrong, and not risk non-existence or eternal damnation? That's not free will. That's, you have the forced ultimatum to either not exist any longer after your spirit is dead, or do what I say and you'll be able to perpetuate.
Right. That's pretty much what it is. And V free, look, I don't have a problem with anybody believing in a God, but here's the thing. You said my view, God is in control, but he does not control, is um the same bullshit they've been feeding you since day one, since you've been going to the church. That's number one. Number two, if you don't think your God controls, then you're reading a whole different Bible than I am. And I'm reading the King James Version. Not only that, but I'm reading the 1863 version. Not only that, but I'm reading every single version of the Bible. So you've clearly made up your own God. And that's cool if that's what you want to do. Just don't say you believe in the Christian God, because guess what? Your Christian God does not agree with those statements.
So they know that, okay, they need to, the humans to accept this program need to have the illusion of choice. That's why the anomaly is there, to give people a reason to, okay, I don't want to do this anymore, so we're going to rebel against you. Him making the decision to willingly go back into, the other source to reboot everything. I'll say, you know what? We'll flip this. Nah, we'll let you think that you've won.
Yeah, I think
right?
I think that that's the coolest mind thing of a story, which shows
crazy.
that the Matrix, look, maybe they're not doing like brand new technology like bullet time and all that, but they can still make these mind of a story, man.
Yeah.
Will make you think you won. Do you think that's what, like this first Matrix reset?
Mhm.
Do you, the first one you think was like the Emancipation Proclamation, and then the second
Yeah.
one was like the Civil Rights era?
Mhm.
We'll flip things and make you think that you won.
Yeah, we'll give you these small victories, but ultimately we're winning the war. You know what I mean? Because if you understand how war works, it's not about winning every single battle. It's about winning particular battles and to gain the upper hand, and then you gain control, and then that's how you ultimately win. You know what I mean? This is why, a lot of people, you'll hear that saying, you won this battle, but you didn't win the war, right? And that's what that's all about. It's about understanding which battles that you're allowed to lose, and saying, okay, well, we can lose that battle and we can make them feel like they've won. But ultimately, what we've done is we've actually garnered more control, which is exactly what happened after civil rights.
Right. And everything beyond that. You know what I mean?
Absolutely. And if you want, and Katsy, if you want that a copy of that version, the Ethiopian version, I can get it to you. Just hit me up on Instagram.
We'll let you think that you've won.
Yeah, I think
Right?
I think that that's the coolest mind thing of a story, which shows
crazy.
that the Matrix, look, maybe they're not doing like brand new technology like bullet time and all that, but they can still make these mind of a story, man.
No, and even then, what's crazy about that. Sorry, I cut you off. Even at the end of the last Matrix, he still put himself back into the system willingly, because that was the only way to defeat Agent Smith. So they still got what they wanted.
Like I said, I forgot about a lot of this. This is stuff you already know, but being brand new to me, I'm like, God damn, Warner Brothers, you sneaky devils, you. Oh, Warner Brothers, you sequel bandits, you.
Sequel
This
bandit.
is amazing, man, what they can do here, because they can keep this going as many times as they like you said, Oz. You know, the Matrix can change the image of the one or Neo. Like they're talking about Trinity in this she might have
Pause
been the
real
one
quick,
who
if you
is
don't
the
mind.
one the whole time.
Right.
You know,
Right.
being
Yeah.
or maybe Neo was.
Did
I
you say
thought it
you
was,
wanted to pause it?
yeah, pause
Go
for
ahead.
a second because I thought it was interesting what he had said, and it kind of goes into something that we kind of have to think about. You know what I mean? Because at the end of the last one, he did have to put himself back into the Matrix in order to defeat it. He said in order to defeat, Agent Smith, right? And this is kind of again, this is the same analogous that we're talking about. Like, we don't want to be a part of the system of white supremacy. We try to break off from it. But in order to completely destroy it, you have a lot of people who feel that you have to put yourself inside of that system, right, in order to defeat it, which is a really interesting thing. And I kind of wanted to know, how do you feel about, that whole concept, this whole concept of, in order to actually defeat something, you have to put yourself into it so you can actually defeat it from the inside. Do you actually believe that or no? And it
Um,
takes a little bit more than faith. I'm just saying. Go ahead.
I think that there's more to it than that. I think that that is a possible solution. I think that that's a possible solution. All right, V Free, take it easy, bro. I think that putting yourself into it could be one way. I think there's multiple ways that things can be, handled or dismantled. It depends on how you want to deal with it, and I don't think that people ever take into consideration a way to how do they want to deal with it. You know what I'm saying? Like if I say, I want to kill this person, and how I want to kill him is I want to do it by a headshot. Well, if that's the case, then what you need to do is you need to learn how to target. You need to learn how to aim. You need to learn what bullets are the most efficient. You need to know the best weather conditions to shoot in. You know what I'm saying? If you say, I want this motherfucker to die a slow death, then you need to start understanding torture tactics. You know what I'm saying? Things that will make somebody perpetually uncomfortable. You know what I'm saying?
Hmm.
If you say, I want to end this quick and easy, then you would do things that would end it quick and easy. More than likely, you'd probably try some type of strategy to sneak up on somebody. So, with all of those different methods, right? I don't think anybody has ever said, well, how do we want to deal with white supremacy? You know what I'm
Hmm.
saying? Like people just say, well, we just want it gone. Okay, well, how do you want it gone? Even if you, even when it comes to dealing with like pathogens and biological things,
Hmm.
you can deal with cancer through radiation therapy. You can deal with cancer through chemotherapy. You can deal with cancer through surgeries, biopsies, medications, anti-tumor suppression drugs, different
Hmm.
things like that. So there's different methods. So the question is, see, the system of white supremacy chose suppression. That's how it deals with us. It didn't use genocide. So what it says is, what we're going to do is we're going to control these people's bodies, we're going to control these people's minds, we're going to control any kind of assets that these people can get, and we're going to control the amount of them and how they reproduce and the number
Hmm.
of them on the planet. We're going to numerically and nominally control these people at every position.
Hmm.
So that's how we were chosen to be dealt with. Now, the thing that we need to look at, which is something that we never do, which is why when people talk about this stuff, it's really hard for me to take them serious, is because they say, well, I just want it gone. Okay. How do you feel? How do you want it gone? Do you want it completely destroyed? Do you want it controlled? Have you examined what the possibilities of how it can actually be dealt with and what's the best way? I don't think people have explored those kind of questions. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Okay. I feel you on that one. And yeah. I mean, I don't. I don't think people quite understand how deep it goes, and so I have just not heard of a plan that has it covers all bases.
So like, say
Uh.
for instance, check this out, right? Say for instance, like, okay, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna insert myself into the system of white supremacy, right? Let's just come up with this
Mhm.
fake ass scenario. So what I'm gonna
Right.
do is I'm gonna be an undercover coon. So basically, I'm gonna act like a coon. I'm gonna get to the highest positions that I can possibly get. Then I'm gonna
Mhm.
flip on everybody and use everything that I got, right, where
Mhm.
I'm at, to empower people. Okay, like that's cool, but guess what? Now I'm just at a high position in the system of white supremacy. Like it's still there.
Right.
what did you actually do? Like, I'm still not doing anything because I'm still all of my power, all of my assets, everything that makes me be able to fight is still defined by that same system. I
Mhm.
need a way to have my own definitions and my own things that system isn't capable of countering.
And that's the biggest problem because there are, because it's been in place for so long. It's kind of hard to have something that is all encompassing, a plan that's all encompassing that will actually defeat it thoroughly. And this is the reason why people have to make sure they understand what they're dealing with when we're talking about a system white supremacy. So that makes total sense to me. I get it, and that's all. I just wanted to see how you felt about that statement because I thought it was actually a lot more. It's a lot more important than people actually realize. You know what I mean? On how exactly are you going to defeat it, and are you going to put yourself inside of this system, this matrix, and how is that going to change everything going forward?
Right. I mean, in my opinion, that's no different than the idea behind the concept of an undercover cop.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, but undercover cops only make it to a certain point, right? You know what I mean? Because they're bound by rules, right? So, this is one of the biggest reasons why they can rarely get undercover cops in really high echelon spaces. And when it comes down to gangs and drug cartels and things like that, because they're not allowed to do certain
Well, if
things
you're
like
inside of a matrix, you're bound by rules.
right. And so the thing is, are you and that's I think ultimately that's my question. I don't and I think you answered, you was like, well, you can do all this stuff, but you can only do so much. I don't know if you can necessarily defeat the matrix by going back in the matrix. I
No,
don't
don't.
know.
The only thing that you'll be doing, the system will still exist. You'll just be either controlling it or you'll have more power inside of it, but it's still there.
Right.
Which if it's
Yeah.
still there, I mean, is that what you want to settle with? That's the question.
Right. How about being a rogue undercover? You can be a rogue undercover, but then ultimately your case falls apart, right? And so there is no actual change after being rogue. Now, when you go rogue, you might be able to make a dent in the situation, but you're never going to fully be able to, like, you know, destroy that thing that you're going undercover in. So I don't know if that is the best way to go. I mean, you'd have to me personally, I've always said this. I think you have to go outside of the system in order to beat the system, you know.
Yeah, no, I agree. I totally agree.
Was the one at one time, and after he was done, maybe Trinity was reborn to be the next one, because this thing keeps rebooting itself.
Why they waited for this long for this fourth movie then?
Who knows, man? I mean, all these people going off and doing their own things. The directors were getting sex changes, so it was,
I
yeah.
gotta believe that they recently, not recently, but they had to figure out how to come back from that third movie, right? Because that was really panned,
No.
Yeah,
by the audience,
yeah.
and I think they need a way to come back and have it make sense.
They have an excuse to do any kind of reboot or any kind of sequel they want.
It all makes sense.
We talk about Neo being somebody different or Trinity being somebody different or whatever, they can make the same characters with new actors if they want, man.
They already
They already did it. We already say push Lawrence Fishburne's ass out of this, and now
and Agent Smith is a different guy.
Agent Smith is a different dude now. Yeah, so they can go in and reboot these characters, and they can be the same characters with the same name. They just got different actors as they come up over the years. They can go in and they can keep creating different worlds. And the funny thing with this, man, or the cool and brilliant thing with this is that they can go as over the top with the action as much as they want. And nobody has to be cynical about it, talking about these movies that get nonsensical because they're getting crazy, because the Matrix is all about being in a computer program where you can do over the top crazy shit.
Man, now how crazy would that be that, every year you get like a new Matrix movie and it's the same premise, but it's shown through different action scenes, different dialogue.
Different
Same movie,
actors.
but it's just different everything. That'd be nuts.
Oh yeah,
You know,
yeah. No,
It'd almost be like Back to the Future. How they did Back to the Future, they did the same movie 3 times to a point in the second movie they went back to the first movie.
oh yeah,
It was nuts. They gave you 3 movies the same thing.
oh yeah.
And they could do that with this because the way they wrote this thing. Crazy.
I'm looking at this right now, and this man ain't changed from John Wick at all.
No.
I've already made it official in my mind that if they can go off and make these crazy worlds, John Wick is in the Matrix.
He can be.
Yeah, John Wick is part of the Matrix. They're all connected.
What do you think about that?
Well, first thing I want to fucking let them know, the reason why they didn't come out with a movie for so long is because they actually had to deal with the legal issues, because the woman who actually wrote this that didn't get any credit, she actually sued them
Good.
and she won. But they got the rights and the property for it. I think she still gets royalties though now on Empty in the Matrix, but
The Matrix
why
got
they-
her.
yeah, so that's the reason why it took so long. They had a big old long legal battle, and then once that was over, they were able to come back and see if they wanted to do it. But that's just for that part. Now, what do you think about what he just said? I mean, I kind of want to hear what you have to say before I kind of go into my.
What's that about the John Wick thing?
Yeah.
I don't know too much about John Wick. I've never seen those movies, but I don't doubt that anything could be connected to the Matrix. I don't know enough about John Wick to know how or why it would be connected, other than the fact that it's just Keanu Reeves that plays in it.
Right. I don't necessarily think that John Wick is a part of the Matrix. I think John Wick is its own entity. It's got its own universe. But if you wanted to say that maybe John Wick is another Keanu Reeves character's life in another program, um, I could ride with that, I guess.
Do you think it would have any significance or any impact on the Matrix?
No, no, not
All
at
right.
all.
Like I said, why not, man? In my mind, it's made up.
Wow.
Yeah.
John Wick
Wow.
is not a real world. John Wick is a computer program.
Yeah.
Now, imagine this now, because it looks like in this Matrix movie that it seems as though Keanu Reeves' character Neo is an actor, right? And that Matrix movies that we saw was a movie that he did, right?
Oh,
So
is
maybe
that-
he's an actor, and he just finished doing John Wick. The Matrix. That'd be crazy.
Okay, at this point, y'all got to bring John Wick in, man. You can't have this man up here.
Now, what I find interesting is that so now what ends up happening here, right, is we start to get into one of those regression situations, the who created God situation.
Right.
Now, my question is, what if? Well, as far as I'm concerned, we know that the system of white supremacy is layered that thick.
Well, I think it is. I mean, it's clearly layered that thick, but we know who started it, right? We
Do we?
already know. Yeah, I think we do.
Who
White folks
started it?
created it? White folks.
But did they?
Why wouldn't they?
Because we don't know. There may have been something before that created that, and that may be just serving as a function of something else.
Well, I mean, you would have to be able to kind of show that. I mean, I think the system of white supremacy as a construct, I think it has its starts in European countries, like the UK and France and all them other places, right? It has its starts there, right? And what it seems to be thus far, after studying this shit for 20 some odd years.
What if it started somewhere else though, that we just
Like
don't have
in
access
what way?
to? So like let's take in consideration the ancient alien theory, right?
Okay.
And say, for instance, there was, a race of aliens that came to the planet that needed Earth's resources.
Okay.
So where is humanity thought to have began at? For whatever reason, humanity is always thought of as beginning in the most resource rich parts of the planet,
Hmm.
which you have to ask yourself a question. Why is it that all of these other races of people attempting to extract all of these resources still, what I'm saying, millions of years later after civilization has already been established
Hmm.
in that area? And in my opinion is, what's good, Gullah Jack? I believe that there's an agenda beyond that. You know what I'm saying? And I think that agenda, and this is speculation. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not saying that this is true or false. This is just,
This is total conspiracy theories.
total conspiracy theory. But the thing is, though, like you said, the most viable thing is the ancient alien theory.
Well, I mean, if you want to, in my opinion, and let me just real quick make sure everybody understands this. Like, I've said this a lot of times, and anybody that's been watching me over the years knows what I mean by this. But I mean, if you ever wanted to converge, make science and religion, both of them being absolutely real, as far as they're viable to each other and they work within each other, because um, religion does not work with science, and science does not work with religion.
Right.
But in order for those two to actually come together and be viable and be the same, the only true thing that would actually make sense would be ancient astronaut theory. Okay. And it's because the concept of God would have came from these ancient astronauts, right? Who had knowledge and had technology that the people, the simple minded people, the naive people at the time did not understand. Okay. So it would have looked like they had power. It would have looked like they were, you know, these gods in a sense, right? We have a lot of
Right.
people who
If we went
talk.
back in time and went to the Bible, if I went back in time and all I had was a cell phone,
Mhm.
I would be God.
Right. If you, yeah, exactly. And that's the thing.
I
If
would
you
sit
went,
on a throne in the middle of a town with a bunch of idiots in it and say, I run
not
this place.
idiots.
I run this. Well, they're idiots currently until they
They would,
decide to evolve.
they would be ignorant, not idiots. Idiots denotes, inability to grow and learn,
Right.
right? Ignorant is they don't know it, they don't understand it. So I would have to say ignorant, not idiots.
No, that's fair. That's fair.
Okay.
I'm being mean. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
You're being super mean. Like, quit being so mean to our ancient brother and shit, brother. You know what I mean? Come
So
on,
like
brother.
so I'd sit there and I'd sit there with a throne with my phone, you know what I'm
Mhm.
saying? And I'd say, I run this city now because any question you ask me, I can answer it. And all
Right.
I do is put it in my phone. And then
Right.
and Google will give me the answer. So then what happens is, some wise ass, because there always is some wise ass, says, there's nothing special about this guy. But what there is something special about is that device that he has. That's what
Right.
gives him all his information. So then somebody
Right.
decides to kill me, you know what I mean? And then they take the phone. But guess what? I
They
was
don't
the
know how to
only one
use
that
it.
knew how to use it.
Yeah, exactly.
They don't know how to use it. So you know what? Everybody has saw me and saw me get the answers from the phone. So guess what? Now all of a sudden it goes from I got legitimate information from my phone to somebody who shows the phone and they just make up an answer to exert power. Now you got your predecessors to a system of illegitimacy and your predecessors to I'm white and I say so because I got this
Right.
device, and this device, what this device says is always right based on past history. You see what I'm
Right.
saying?
No, no, totally. And that's where we can get to this thing, but that doesn't denote that the oppression, that that doesn't mean that they're trying to keep everybody oppressed. Now, if you want to say that the lineage of the system of white supremacy came from, this kind of system like you're talking about, right? Let's say, just as talking, right? Um I don't know if we can necessarily say that those systems before were as devious as the system of white supremacy that we live under now. And so, what I would have to say is, I can understand where you might say the roots came from other places, but the system itself that was put together was through, learning and understanding and starting to pay attention to people and learning how people thought and acted and reacted to certain things. So, it's psychology plus system,
Yeah.
um, would equal,
Well,
the system white supremacy.
and then that would be evolution of that. Well, I took the phone. You know what I'm saying? Like that would just be the evolution, because now somebody has also seen that the phone doesn't make you invincible. So you have to have
Mhm.
something to compensate for trying to deter attacks of people trying to get the phone from you. You see what I'm saying?
Right, right, right. Where they found a spaceship with black people, i.e., yeah, that spaceship with the black folks. I actually have that video somewhere. We've actually shown that a couple of times. So, yeah, this is the idea, and I get the idea, and I understand. I think people through the years have learned how to subjugate people, right? And I think through the years, people have learned how to coerce people and take advantage of people. So I can understand where you're saying, well, where did it originate from, right? But I don't think we need to go back that far. What we need to go back far enough is to understand the mind state of white folks and what they specifically created, because that's what we're under right now. So even though it might be interesting to
Well, I
find
think if you
out,
backtrack, I think you will find that.
what you think, if you go even further back to the very beginning, you can find it out.
Yeah, I think that if I think as far back as you can possibly accurately go will give you the best understanding of how and why we have what we have. You know what I mean?
I don't think it's that confusing, to be completely honest, bro. I think it's about power. Power,
Oh
power.
yeah, well,
If you have,
absolutely.
it comes
Absolutely.
down to power, and power gives you control. And when you have control, those things work together. They work in tandem, right?
There's a lot of people that don't know that there's a psychological component of all of this. People just, somebody like Candace Owens will say, well, there's no more racism anymore, and then we'll just walk away. You see, so
Right.
in my opinion, in order to deal with people like that,
Hmm.
you have to have a full and total understanding, because if you said, if you just said, one or two lines of information, they're going to just go back to that. And it's like, well, okay, I can show you a whole systemic history of how and why this happened. So it's not up for debate anymore. You see what I'm saying?
No, and I get it. I think a lot of this has to do for simplicity. And thank you, Shakira, for that. I appreciate it. I'm giving you a bow right now. Um, I'm bowing right now to you. I think I think what it is it's power and control. But what it does is, what you get from the power and the control is this idea of order. Okay. And when you have an idea of order and not chaos, which a lot of people think that chaos is worse, right? Anarchy. Uh, they believe like it's comfortable. It gets comfortable, right? It gets very, very comfortable. And again, when we're talking about evolution and we're talking about everything that we have even today, it's all about comfortability, right? So ultimately, this power control and the evolution of all this is about comfortability, right? And so, and that's why people tend to actually subjugate themselves underneath a system. It's for that comfortability. It's kind of like, I don't know, you don't read comics, do you?
I read old comics, bro. New
Old
shit. It,
comics.
it depends. Which comic book you talking about?
Okay, so there's a newer comic. Well, not totally new, but it's kind of new. But it was a Captain America comic. and it was called Secret Wars, I believe, if I remember. If anybody has ever
Yeah,
seen
I know
Secret
about the
Wars.
Secret Wars. You talking about Secret Wars with Spider-Man, and I think it was a special Spider-Man that came about out of the Secret Wars and all that weird. The Cosmic Spider-Man came from the Secret Wars, I think. Doctor
Yeah,
Strange and all that.
it's actually a newer one. It's a brand new Secret War, right? Where it came out that Captain America was not this all-American dude. He was actually a part of Hydra, and he was a plant. And once he got all this control, he actually showed himself to be actually Hydra, right? Which is the analogous of the Nazis, right? And they took over America.
Right,
And
Hydra. That's Shield's actual enemy. That's the actual opposite of the Agents of Shield.
right, and they are analogous of quite literally the Nazis, right? And that's where they kind of derive from, right?
So then you have to ask yourself real quick. Hold on, what's the purpose of Red Skull then?
Well, Red Skull was the leader of Hydra. You see?
Yeah, but Red Skull was Captain America's arch enemy. So this whole battle between Red Skull and Captain America was fake the whole time.
Well, that's the what they kind of that's how it all happened, right? That's what, this was all about,
Okay.
right? And basically what ended up happening is that the United States actually did not, and I'm talking about everyday people in the comic book, actually did not give put up too much of a fight because their mind state was, well, look, we all still have jobs, they're not out here just killing people, you know what I mean? Everything's cool. And so nobody had a problem with Hydra taking over as long as they weren't personally affected by it. You see what I'm saying? And that kind of goes back to what I'm saying about comfortability, right? We subjugate ourselves underneath these systems because it's comfortable. And as long as we are not personally affected by the system that's or we don't feel that we're in control, or we don't feel like we're being affected by the system, then we usually just don't even fight it, and we don't bother with it, and we just keep on
That's
doing everything that we're doing.
that's called that's a distant cousin of Let There Be Lightism, called At Least It Ain't Meism, just so you know.
Right, right, and it's analogous to Stockholm syndrome too, to a degree too.
Yeah,
So,
facts.
I mean, and so this is kind of what it is, right? We're kind of stuck in the system, and we actually we subjugate ourselves underneath the system because it's comfortable, because it feels good, because it doesn't hurt me right now.
Right. Shatera says, can y'all both answer my question about the constant state of chaos? And
Let's
and
move that.
her question was, aren't we in a constant state of chaos? I think. Hold on real quick. Let me see if I can find it real quick. Yeah, here it is right here. Aren't
Okay,
we
yeah.
in a constant state of chaos?
And um, I actually believe that we actually are. But what we do is we try to put an semblance of control and order around us. That's what we surround ourselves to psychologically be able to deal with it. But I do believe that we are in a constant state of chaos, not only universally, but even planet wise also.
I don't
So
believe in chaos.
why not?
Because I believe that the only reason why we call chaos chaos is because we can't depict or interpret um the patterns that chaos actually causes. Like I think that chaos has to do with the whole nothing argument. And
Mhm,
like I don't think that there's a such thing as chaos. I think that chaos is just arranged in a way where it doesn't look organized to us. But the problem is that in a system that we live in, as far as with laws of chemistry, laws of physics, laws of biology, there are
mhm,
rules that allow you to predict a range within where the alleged random event may take place. So
mhm,
I think that there's a regression situation that goes on with degrees of chaos as well. I think that
mhm.
the more you understand the patterns and the longer you have to identify a pattern, the less chaotic something becomes.
Okay, now, yeah, and I think I would word it a little bit different, but I think you and me are actually on the same lines
Yeah, I think we
because
are. I think we are.
I also I use the word chaos because that's the word that we've
Because
used
that's the
for it,
generally
right?
accepted understanding of that of
Term.
describing that phenomenon. I get it.
Right. And I agree with you that chaos is nothing more than things that we cannot control, right? And events that we can't control and you know what I mean and that we can't understand, right? So it's the same thing that you're saying, but worded in a slightly different way. So I actually agree with that. But what would be a better word than chaos? Because chaos is the only word that we know, right? And the thing is like I just answered the question based off of because well this is the word that we use. I'm going to go ahead and use it. But I yes, and I think that we are under a constant state of chaos. But being that we just explained it the way we explained it, what would you call it then if
Well,
it's not chaos?
and another thing too, before I go into that, the way that we just explained it also debunks free will.
Yeah, that's true too.
Because you think that you're making random decisions and you're not even making the decisions that you're making. You know what I'm saying?
Mm. Those are all dictated by a whole bunch of determinate factors all around you. So
Right.
absolutely. Right.
Right. And I don't know. I don't know what we would. I don't know why. I don't understand why we even have a concept called chaos. Like, why do we have a concept of chaos? Like, what purpose does that serve? Like, how does like if I say, well, everything is chaotic. Like, I could phrase it
Mhm.
different. Like, what's making it chaotic? Well, I'm late. I can't find shit. There's stuff all over the floor. Like, there's individual variants that make something chaotic. There's a baby crying. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's all kinds of shit going on in the street. Like it's not like I don't know what the fuck is going on. You know what I'm saying? Like if I just happen to wake up, you know, in the middle of like a random ass explosion or some crazy ass shit where like I literally don't know what's going on, but everything is
Mhm.
happening at the same time. That, in my opinion, would be more of a accurate definition of what we consider chaos than what we consider chaos. Because anytime we say something is chaotic, it's really not. We can actually describe what's going on.
Well, okay, being able to describe what's going on um, doesn't mean anything, though, really, to be completely honest. I mean,
Well, chaos
chaos is
is
just
random events and
right.
out of order. But like the thing is that it's never out of order. Like there is an order. Like if I say my shit is all over the floor, so you know it's chaotic in here. Well, I mean it's not really. My shit is just on the floor. That's what's making it appear to be chaotic. Or there's a lot of noise going on and people talking over each other. Okay, well it's not really chaotic. I know what's causing it. There's people talking over each other and people doing those repetitive activities make it where it's not really chaotic because if it was chaotic, I shouldn't be able to predict anything.
Okay, but okay, and then this is so, and this is what I'm talking about. Like, so what would you call it then? Because I think, I think the general agreement is that chaos is random events that cannot be controlled, right?
Right.
Or randomness, right? So what would you call the this sense of randomness that happens? I mean, I guess randomness, or would you give it another name outside of chaos?
Um, honestly, I wouldn't give it a name. I would just change the speech pattern to make it where we're describing what we actually see. You know what I'm
Okay.
saying? Instead of
Mhm.
using instead because I think that things get lost in, you know, if we say, you know, this is chaotic, well, why is it chaotic? You know what I mean? Like and then we have this concept of chaos. Well, what's chaos? You know, chaos is like just a bunch of shit happening at the same time. Okay, well, if we isolate each thing, we know what's happening and why it's causing that phenomenon that we're causing chaos. Like if there's a whole bunch of shit going on in the background, why do we consider it chaos? Well, we consider it chaos because it's difficult to think with all of that noise because the noise is out of frequency or out of sync or whatever. So if we can go back and we understand what's causing those patterns, we can change them to where they're non-existent or where they don't affect us as much. So it's not really chaotic, in my opinion. Something that's chaotic, something that's purely chaotic, should be completely impossible to predict. And since we have calculations that predict our entire reality, our entire universe, the only place that chaos could possibly exist is somewhere where we don't have access to those calculations, which will be outside of our known universe, in my opinion.
Well, I mean, so and take a look at Shatira's question and think about that real quick. And the thing is so before we were able to do it, would you agree that chaotic shit happened, such as, I don't know, an asteroid hitting the planet? Would you consider, before we understood asteroids and fucking meteorites and all those other fucking things that came and
That
impacted the
would
earth?
that would qualify as the generally accepted definition of chaos once the asteroid impacted, or the probability that the asteroid would impact.
All right,
And the
I
reason
get
why
it.
we would consider it chaotic, we would consider it chaotic back then, is because we wouldn't understand what's causing asteroids to, go that close to our planet. You know what I'm saying? There's a whole bunch of factors that we didn't understand, so it would seem like a random event. But as we get things like the Hubble, space telescope and satellites and different things like that, and infrared imaging, and now we know the behaviors and why these things will happen. Well, we see that it's kind of calculated. You see what I'm saying?
Well, I don't know if we could say that it's calculated. I could see that it is inevitable, and I don't know if it's calculated, because then you are actually saying that something or someone put that into place, right?
Well, even if
So
it's
I don't.
inevitable, we know that it has a perceivable end. Like light,
Right.
like death isn't random. Death can be unpredictable, but
Mhm.
we know that it's inevitable. You
Right.
see what I'm saying? So
Right.
there's some degree of
Right.
understanding or control. You see what I'm
And
saying?
I totally understand. So and we'll just put it more on the earthly realm now. The fact that Yosemite, the national park, it has a caldera in it, and eventually it will explode. And when it explodes, it's going to be a cold, cold motherfucking time, right? And it's going to be crazy, right? We know
Right.
it's going to happen. We don't know when it's going to happen, but it's going to happen at some point. You see what I'm saying? At some point, there will be an asteroid or meteorite or something that eventually hits the Earth, and it's going to impact the Earth. Like, that's going to happen. We don't know when, but it will, sometime or another.
Right. And see, like, I think this makes sense right here. Like what Shatera's saying, right? Because look, she said, but if there are millions of different of individuals and entities and objects interacting every day, each of them doing anything individually, or each of them not doing anything individually chaotic, but there somehow the combination of all of them creates what we know as chaos. Well, think about this mental image. If you look at where somebody dropped a popsicle on the ground, it looks like a crazy chaotic traffic jam of ants or flies or something, right? But there's
Mhm.
actually a pattern as to what those insects are doing. We just don't know what it is, but it looks completely chaotic because there's ants
Right,
crawling on top of ants, and so
right,
big ants and little ants, and they bringing shit here and bringing shit there. And it's like, what the fuck is going
right,
on? But what they're doing is they're doing elaborate activity that we just don't understand. You know what I'm saying?
right. No, absolutely. So I think chaos would be kind of based upon our understanding of something, and I think we clearly, made that clear before. So I think that is,
Yeah,
uh, yeah, I get that for sure.
yeah. I mean, or at least the debate for what we're saying should be a real thing. Even if people don't want to accept it, in my opinion, the concept should still be revisited and examined. You know what I'm
I
saying?
I think maybe we should, maybe find a better word. But when you say chaos, it gives this idea or this sense of impending doom, or bad, right?
Right.
And chaos isn't necessarily bad.
No, chaos is as simple as a popcorn popper. If you're just looking, like, if you say, well, where's a piece of popcorn going to land at in this popcorn popper? Or if you're looking at a lottery ticket with the ball, or a lottery machine with the balls in it, and it's going to put those random balls on there for pick 3 or pick 4. Like, I mean, that's an example of mathematical chaos. You know what I'm saying?
No, absolutely. It's the interaction between the heat and the corn, and when is it going to become combustible because it's reached a certain temperature, right? So yeah, I get that. So, like, the thing is the idea is, what we perceive as chaos, And I think that's kind of what I was talking about, where you know this idea that chaos is automatically negative. And so what we've done is we brought order to the chaos in order to be more comfortable.
Right.
You see what I'm saying?
Right.
So, I, no, I think that's really where we're at right now as human beings. Sometimes we're we're
So
okay with things as long as it's not affecting us, and therefore, that order feels good.
so that leads to another point. So the people who have a full and thorough understanding of the way reality is affected and dictated, they would have an advantage over people who are quote chaotic, because the quote chaos comes from information restriction and those people not being able to have access to the same information and resources as the people who have the full realm of observation, right?
Yeah, I would agree.
Which in my opinion would be that in my opinion is the ultimate power, and that is one of the reasons why that whole maximum sophisticated confusion thing takes place, because confusion and chaos, somewhat the concepts go hand in hand. If you're
Mhm.
confused about everything, then everything is going to seem completely random and chaotic. So as long
Right.
as you keep everybody confused, and as long as you keep the people who need to be quote organized, now
Mhm.
you have a self-perpetuating system where you don't really have to do as much stress testing on those people that you have subjugated, because they're confused perpetually.
Right. And as it evolves, it just gets that much more confusing to
Yeah.
the person who's dealing with it.
There's an
And
inverse negative relationship between complexity of the system and technology and confusion of black people.
right. And so and as like I was just saying, as it evolves, it looks more sophisticated, where it really started off from a very basic concept. You see what I'm saying? So over time, things get where to us, to people who are being subjugated, it looks like it's completely chaotic. It looks like it's way confusing. It's massively confusing. But at the end of the day, it looks that way and it's became that way because the evolution, and over time it's been able to get even more and more and more complex. You see what I'm saying? And that's just kind of the theme that I'm talking about. Like, I think that's why CRT is something that is a lot more important than people actually want to give credit to,
Right.
because it actually makes all the different things that we've been talking about for all these years, but we haven't been able to put them in, these specific boxes, right? It makes it real, right? And, I always look at things that white folks fight like with tooth and nail. If, I always pay attention to that. And if
Right.
CRT was bullshit and there was nothing to CRT, they
They would have
wouldn't
no
be
interest in it.
right. They wouldn't have any kind of interest in it whatsoever. They'd be like, yeah, whatever. You know what I mean? But I think CRT turns all of that white supremacy chaos into understanding.
Yeah, it
And
organizes it.
right. And so now you're able to completely see it for what it is.
And that's one of the reasons why they're attacking it at such a young age, lying, saying that it's in schools, and it's not, because what they need to be able to do is they need to be able to confuse your children at a young age, so that at a young age your defenses are neutralized, so that you will not be a formidable individual to deal with in the future.
Right.
This is that whole thing that I'm talking about. This is literally them doing the abort the Neo program. This is literally them, saying, well, anybody that's related to John or Sarah Connor, we're going to kill them.
Hmm.
You know what I mean?
Right. Right. Because that bloodline is too dangerous. Absolutely. Not, and that makes sense. So, I mean, do you think that do you think that when you start to understand the chaos, do you think there's uh especially when we're talking in the sense of a system of white supremacy. Do you think that the war becomes clearer and the board becomes clearer per se? Like maybe the chessboard was filled with all these pawns, and now with CRT, that board becomes a little bit more clearer, and now you can see, you know, what kind of better moves you can make, and it's not so congested.
Absolutely. That's one of the reasons why I tell people need to study this stuff. They need to constantly study. You know what I'm saying? Constantly be listening, constantly watch the news, constantly always observe conversations. Literally just watch like you're a creep. You know what I'm saying? And
Like
take
you're a
notes
creep.
like you're a creep. You know what I'm saying? Like just sit down and watch. Oh, nothing. 'Cause I'll tell you what, they'll do that shit to you.
They
What the
do
hell
it
are you,
to us all the
wh-
time.
what are you looking at? Oh, nothing. Nothing. Well, then
Right.
why the hell you keep looking after I just told your ass what the fuck you looking at? I'm nothing. Nothing. I'm looking at every damn thing. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Right. No, I get it. Totally. Totally. I'm with you. I'm so far I'm with
with
Oh
with
man.
John Wick hair and John Wick beard, and not say that they're not connected in the same universe. And that shit is already crazy in anyway. A world full of that. It's more assassins than there are actual human beings of regular people. Nah, man.
That's another Matrix program, right?
Yeah, that's a whole. Yeah, that's a side mission or something right there. You
Right.
know. I really do think that they should try to bring the worlds together in a way. Just hint that, don't do it fully, but just kind of hint
Right.
that,
That'd be
maybe
dope.
they're connected in a way.
Mm.
That
Yeah,
would be
listen,
amazing if they did that. I'm not even joking. I would
listen.
normally I'm against things like that, but I would be 100% on board with that if they did it.
Yeah, Neo
No,
is an
listen.
actor in one of the Matrixes.
Yeah.
Yeah, listen. You're right. Crossovers are a thing right now. You know what I mean? So yeah, that would make sense.
I think that you don't have to do it full on, but
Yeah.
just hint that, all right, maybe give these nerds something to be busy about.
Go to their basement with their string theories. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Down there covered in
I feel attacked.
Why?
Let's talk about nerds and their string theory.
Oh, you know what? Yeah, he should feel attacked, bro. You know what I mean? Look, I don't want a crossover for I'm gonna be completely honest about this one. It sounds interesting. Um the John Wick doing the crossover with the Matrix, it sounds kind of interesting, but I think that if they were to ever do some shit like that, it should be like a side movie that really has nothing to do with the Matrix at all. But what I would love to see is like we were talking about earlier, uh, the Terminator and the Matrix, and some way to link those two together because the writer has already said that those movies are connected. They are in the same universe. They are a part of the same grand story. So I would love to see a Terminator Matrix crossover. Now that to me would be absolutely awesome.
What do you guys think? Would you guys like to see a Terminator Matrix crossover? I wouldn't mind seeing that. I think that would be actually dope as hell. Katsy says she's gonna go watch John Wick now. Tar says, based on your definition of chaos, do you do e do do either believe the Jokers from Dark Knight precepts of the nature of people were only half right? If y'all have seen the movie, that I haven't seen that movie. You know what?
So yeah, I know exactly what it is. I think he is half right, but I actually think he has more of a point than actually a lot of people, to be completely honest. And anybody that hasn't seen, and he's talking about Heath Ledger's Joker. I found Heath Ledger's Joker and that character in that movie to be one of the most interesting characters of all time. Now, I might again be a little biased because I've always been a Joker nut. Joker is like my favorite comic book character ever created. I don't care what nobody says. But his his Joker, and his portrayal of it was absolutely phenomenal. But his ideas in that movie were the best part of Joker ever. And I think his ideals, when we're talking about like the nature of people were absolutely like on key. Now there might be some small things that I would disagree with, but I think his idea of the nature of people is pretty fucking spot on, bro. To be completely
What
honest,
was
I'm
his
not gonna lie.
idea of the nature of people? So if people
Uh,
watching the replay and people never seen it, they know what we talking about here.
well, I mean, like, oh, I can't really. Let me. How can I word it? Because right now I'm thinking of the nature of like this one, the killing Joker right now for some odd reason. Like that's what's in my head right now.
Mm.
But because the killing Joker was like the best Joker shit ever. So I mean, oh, like let me see if I can find it real quick, and I'm because I don't want to word it the wrong way. And
All
if
right.
you and
While
let
you
me see, and then I'm
while
gonna
you doing
send it
that,
to you,
okay, yeah. While you
and then
doing that,
I'm gonna send it to you real quick. Hold on.
all right. And if you guys can type it in the comments too, let us know. You know what I'm saying? Type that shit in so we know what it is that you're
Because
talking about.
because the way he words it is way better than I can ever word it. You know what I mean? That's why I want to fucking just see if I can find the clip. There's a
Right,
few
right.
clips that I know are just perfect. I know exactly what to find. So give me 1 second. I'm gonna find it.
And if you guys haven't smashed the like button or shared this stream out, please help your boy out by doing that. I have a goal. I would like to start getting more than 100 likes per stream. That would be nice if y'all could help your boy out with that. So that's the new goal, and I need you guys' help with that. All right. And while he's looking for that, I'm gonna play this.
Knots and shit. So yeah, man. Tied them ourselves up. But yeah, man. I tell you, the sequels, I appreciate them for getting intellectual, 3 and 4. I'm sorry, 2 and 3. I appreciate them getting more intellectual. I think where they slipped up and went wrong is that I think that they became a little more wordy. They became more about exposition and explaining things. Like they over explained a lot.
They did. And it's funny because I always tell people this, I always get the funny look. I enjoyed 2 more than 1. Now, the only reason I enjoyed 2 more than 1, I got that look. I enjoyed 2 because of he was already the one. He knew what his powers were, and he was doing his thing. I enjoyed that a lot. I enjoy the fact that they set up so many amazing things with the werewolves, the vampires. They had these 2, Rasta albinos that could phase through everything. You know what I mean? I thought the set, at the end, and we was like, I could feel them. Like, oh shit, he's out there stopping the machines in the real world. Like, oh my God. Trinity. So what was set up was so amazing to me, right? But in 3, they just dropped all that shit. So I mean, I enjoyed 2 for the setup more so than 1 because of the setup. What was there? Like, oh my God, they about to go balls to the wall. You know what I mean? So I could always watch 2 more than I would watch 1.
Okay.
Sans the rave shit, that rave mission, that rave part.
That
stupid
rave where everybody's dressed in potato sacks. Yeah, that was
it was
the potato sack rave. Yeah, man, that was stupid. Yeah. I think they really did set up a lot, and I think that and it could have worked, but what they didn't, you're right, they didn't follow through on everything that they promised. No werewolves, no vampires, no ghosts.
Yeah, so I don't know where that went, but I think for the most part, he's done talking about the Matrix because he was talking about some werewolves and some vampires and shit. And I don't know what the fuck he's talking about. So what I wanted to ask you guys about was the concept of nothing. You know what I mean? Have you ever actually imagined nothing? I don't believe that.
Okay, I'm gonna let you talk about this for a minute because I think I might have found it.
Oh, you
But
think
I'm
you
gonna
found
let
it?
you talk. I think I'm gonna send it to you. I'm gonna make sure. But you keep on talking about nothing, and I'm gonna listen to you. So
Well, I
hold
think
on.
that the nothing debate is an important. I think it's important because because the thing is that, in my opinion, it's definitely relevant to what we live in, which is everything. You know what I'm saying? And the thing is that if you have these understandings of like how systems work and how things interact, you have to ask yourself this question. And I think that this is something that'll also help people, be able to understand how to deal with certain elements of white supremacy and systemic issues that we have today that you're not going to get from NBC or Roly Poly Martin. You know what I mean? So Shatera says the act of attempting to imagine nothing is actually something. So wouldn't that isn't yeah, that's an interesting way to look at it. That's an interesting way to look at it. What would nothing be? Think about that. What would nothing be? Even when you try to imagine nothing, you probably can't think of anything other than black. And if black is there, then you've imagined something and you failed. So what if somebody told you that you have to think about nothing or else you're dead? Like your life depends on perpetual thoughts of nothing. Would you be able to do that? Is that possible? I actually found an article on this, bro, and it's an old ass article, and it's from Live Science, and it says, "What is nothing?" And it's a physics debate. So it says it was all much ado about nothing as physicists and thinkers came together to debate the concept of nothing. Now, my question is there anywhere where nothing can actually exist? Is there a such thing as nothing? Because nothing is something that we take for granted every day and we talk about it like it's actually something that's there or believable. But is nothing existent? Is there a such area or realm or space or possibility or system of nothing? Because in my opinion, there would have to be some unrelated system elsewhere to maintain nothing. You can't just have nothing. Something is always going to happen. So there has to be a system to stop things from happening. There has to be some kind of suppression system, which again is what we deal with currently, which is why I think that this is an important topic to debate. You know what I'm saying? What's going on, DJ Elmo? Did you find it yet, bro?
My bad. I didn't find it yet. I'm still looking because there's this one thing that has like 45 minutes, so I'm kind of like going through it and shit. So, but I'm listening
Oh,
to you
okay.
though. I am listening to you. As soon as I find it, I will find it. You know, what I
All
mean,
right,
I'll
that's
let
what's
you
up.
know. I'll let
All
you know
right,
for
that's
sure.
what's up. So I'm gonna
Mhm.
read this. All right. So now here it says it was all much ado about nothing as physicists and thinkers came together to debate the concept of nothing Wednesday, March 20th, here at the American Museum of Natural History. The simple idea of nothing. Now, that's something that I got to ask you guys. Is the idea of nothing actually simple? Is that actually a simple idea or is that complicated? And if you guys haven't smashed the like button and shared the video out, please help your boy out. Like I said, I got a goal. My goal is from here on out to get 100 likes per stream or per video. So that'd be pretty awesome. Yeah. I don't think I agree, Shatera. I don't think the idea of nothing is a simple concept at all. In my opinion, I think it's extremely complicated. You know what I mean? So now here it says a concept that even toddlers can understand proved surprisingly difficult for the scientists to pin down. See, exactly. With some of them questioning whether a such thing exists at all. So we've been literally talking about nothing, right? Like we've been saying that we freely use that word. Like we're like, oh, what are you doing? Nothing. No, you're not actually doing nothing because it's not possible for anyone to do nothing. Like that concept actually exists in our reality and it's a nonsensical concept. In order for nothing to exist, then there has to be something. Right. But it's something that we say every day. We literally talk about nothing like it's fact, and like the whole concept of nothing can't even be proven. Like who can who can prove nothing? You know what I'm saying? Like, prove that nothing exists somewhere. Like, anybody, please. Like, somebody prove that shit. Like, give me a sample of nothing so I can experience it. You know what I'm saying? Like, how stupid does that sound? But it's true. You know what I mean? So now here it says the first most basic idea of nothing is an empty space with nothing in it. Was quickly agreed to to not be nothing. See, exactly. What that is empty space. It's not nothing because because it's space and space is something. Like, you know what I mean? Um Kareem says, I briefly experienced what I would believe was nothingness when I was doing heavy meditation. My goal was not looking for nothing. Yeah, I think you might have approached, um what would probably be most accurately described as approaching consciousness zero, or some kind of flat brain waves. You know what I'm saying? Is it on a physical level or a conscious level? Any level, any existence of nothing. The nothingness you felt was something. Meditation, yeah, exactly. And the nothingness you felt was actually mechanisms at rest. It's like your brain at rest, your metabolism at rest. So those things were still there, and you were still there. You see what I'm saying? Even in space, where they say space is a vacuum and all of that stuff, there's still something in space. Know what I mean? So now here it says, in our universe, even a dark, empty void. Yeah, see, and they just said what I said. Even in the space, even in a dark, empty void of space, absent of all particles, is still something. It has a topology, it has a shape, it's a physical object. Philosopher Jim Holt said during the museum's annual Isaac Asimov Memorial Debate, which this year was focused on the topic of the existence of nothing. See, I told you, bro. That's this is a real actual question. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is a real actual dilemma. And think about trying to figure out how to reverse engineer living life without a description, or without, like, just freely using the word nothing. So, like, I'm telling you, like, this is how the system of illegitimacy will get one over on you. Like, nothing is not even a solid concept. If I ate an entire bag of chips and ate all of the chips, there would be nothing in the bag. No, there would be crumbs and air in the bag. You know what I'm saying? And grease. You know what I mean? It could be argued that being under anesthesia indeed involves something. Intoxication. Yeah, it does. Oh, damn. I didn't even know you had dipped out. You
My bad, bro. I didn't even mean to. So, yeah, and I think I found the scene. I sent it to you. So, in the private. So, when you're done with this, go ahead.
Oh, okay. All right. So what's your thoughts on nothing while I look at this?
What's my thought on nothing? It's a concept that I don't believe that anybody can truly understand, or even has a grasp of, because I think Shatira had said it earlier. Even if you thought about a concept of nothing, there would still be something, right? So the thing i- is there absolute nothingness? I don't know how true that could be. I don't know if there is nothingness. And I think half of the reason why I can is because the concept itself is just it's it's kind of befuddling, to be completely honest. It's something that's just a concept that I don't know if my brain can actually comprehend to that deep of a level.
It
Not to say
actually it's really deep. You know what I'm
it's
saying?
super deep. It's like we talk about like how big the universe is, right? And I was watching this video on YouTube, and kind of giving you a perspective of the size of the universe that we live in, that we know of, right? And even that
It's
put
almost
into a video,
inconceivable.
it's inconceivable. It's really hard to even wrap your brain around, right? Well, the concept of nothing is twice as hard to wrap your brain around than that. Like,
that's that's
that's how
facts.
that's how fucking, this concept is. That's how hard that concept is. And I don't know if people really get it. And because, it wasn't until we started having this conversation,
We
remember?
thought we thought this was gonna be like some 3-minute conversations.
Right, it
This shit
ended
turned
up
into a
being,
12 hour.
yeah, we ended up having like, a 12-hour conversation over like 4 phone calls. You know what I mean? Each phone call was like 3 hours long, through like shifts of work. Like, that's how deep that concept was. And even I didn't really, I thought it was a, even I thought it was a symbol until me and your boy Rob, like, we sat down and thought about
Yeah,
it. You know
just
what I
like
mean?
that's like man, I'm glad I wasn't high when I when we had that conversation. I might have never came the fuck back. You know what I'm saying?
Right. And this is the thing. What's so funny about this what this conversateur said, I'm liking this. This nothing argument. I could argue nothing all day. We literally did argue nothing about nothing all day, like, quite literally, right?
Literally.
So it's kind of, this concept of nothingness. Okay, it is just this. It's such a hard concept to wrap your, because even in my head, even as I say it right now, right, I say nothing, and for some odd reason in my head, I just think black,
Right.
right? But even that black is something.
It's still something.
You understand? So what is nothing?
Right.
And that's how deep this goes. You know what I mean? So I don't know, number one, if there is a complete nothing or nothingness. I don't know that to be true. Um, Even when people talk in the concepts of, let's say, the beginning of the universe or the beginning of everything, right? Um, a lot of people say, well, it was, you can't get nothing from you can't get something from nothing, right? A lot of theists actually make this argument, and their argument is basically assuming there was nothing at all, and then there was something because God made it. Well, if there was nothing at all, there wouldn't have been a God either.
Right.
You understand that shit? See, and this is where they don't even think about their own arguments. A lot of theists never even think about their own argument. You know what I mean? And that's always befuddled me as, well, you can't get, you can't get something from nothing. Well, who says that there was nothing,
Right.
right? I don't know there to be absolutely nothing.
Right. No one can prove like the existence of nothing. Like like that that's it's only conceptual, and even the concept is almost impossible to conceive.
Right. And that's just, and so the thing is, this idea that theists think that they're making a logical argument thinking that it was nothing and then something. No, how do you know it was nothing? There's, as far as we know, there's always been something. Now, what that something is, we don't quite know and we don't understand yet, because we haven't gotten that far in our understanding of the universe and everything that goes along with the universe, because we have, the quantum mechanics that start getting into play. And we know that quantum mechanics does not work the same way our space-time mechanics work, right? We know that they don't work the exact same way, right? And so, therefore, when they don't work the same way and they have a whole different set of rules that quantum mechanics actually goes by, right? That shows you that the foundation rules of our time space are not fucking the only rules out there, right?
Exactly. Which brings it back to the Matrix.
Right. Exactly. It really does. So like we can get into this, very deep. You know what I mean?
Right.
That's the thing. It can't exist because it's literally nothing. Right.
But my
If
thing
it's
is, I think that it can exist. It just can't exist where it's perceivable or where we can interact with it. I actually think that nothing has to exist somewhere to counterbalance what we have right here.
Well, again, that would have to go into understanding that perception of nothing. Now, I
Right.
could understand what you just said when the first part of it, right? The first part of it is, what you said was, I think there is nothing, but it's nothing, but we can't perceive it. Now
Right.
that makes sense. I can get down with that, but I don't think there has to be a nothing to counteract or counterbalance the something in which we are in, right? I just think that there could be a nothing.
So what would the opposite of what we're in be?
I don't know if there has to actually be an opposite of what we're in. So I couldn't tell you.
So
Like I understand the whole concept of the balance, right? There's always like there's it from what we know of, right? There's a balance for everything such as we know it, right? Um, and that balance is symbiotic, right? But to say that there needs to be a nothing to counterbalance the something, I don't know that to be true, and I don't
how
know if I would actually
how
even go that far and even say that.
how would anything exist if there was no concept of nothing? How about that one?
Well, yeah, I mean, that's the whole thing. I mean, if there is a nothing, right, um, there couldn't be a something,
Right.
and so like, this is where the quandary comes, right in that middle, right? But there's a balance, there's a yin and a yang. No, there's a yin and a yang in our universe,
Right. And
right?
that's why I'm saying that nothing would have to exist outside of that universe, outside of anything conceivable to us. Now, we could say that it doesn't exist because we can't see it, we can't interact with it, we don't have any tools that can detect it. But in my opinion, it may be out there, and it's out there acting as the counterbalance to the reality and the everything. You know what I'm saying? The system of
Hmm.
everything that we live in.
No, I get it. And Shatira, um, yeah, I think this would tie into the energy conversation that we had, and you know the energy itself is something even after life has left the organism. The energy is something, but the thing is the energy dissipates into everything, right? And so that energy that we're talking about when we're talking about like the life energy, um, it, we don't. It would disperse into everything else, right? Into the everything, right? To the all, right? It would disperse into what we live in right now, but that doesn't it's not the same as how people perceive it for this bit of energy that stores memory or would store consciousness, or this energy that would live on and it goes into another being and things of that nature, right? It would just go into the collection of energy that is already there, right? And that we know energy doesn't it can't be created nor destroyed, and it is there, right? And so this is, I think, goes into the idea of recycling, right? And that energy just would recycle, but even then that energy is something, right? But it's not what we would perceive it, especially in a religious manner, but more on a scientific manner, where energy disperses after it is used in the vessel in which it's in. You know what I mean? It transfers into the all of energy, in my opinion.
Yeah, no doubt. Now I'm looking at this Batman thing, and this will give me a copyright strike. I hate YouTube. They're irritating. But what I will do, I'll leave the link in the description box so you guys can check out that human nature thing.
But who says consciousness needs to be stored? No, I don't think consciousness needs to be stored at all, in any way.
Do you believe
But
in consciousness?
I believe consciousness is of the brain, nothing more.
You said you
Uh,
believe it's of the brain?
yes, that's it. The reason why we
Yeah.
have consciousness is because of our brain.
Yeah, I don't think
This
there's any more to it than that.
Yeah, it's real simple. This idea that people try to make this idea of consciousness this deeper thing is, to me,
Look,
absurd,
look,
actually.
let's just look, TD talking about take the copyright strike for the team. So look, so look, check this out though. Check this out though. The consciousness thing, right?
Mhm.
So
If you pause it every 10 seconds, it shouldn't get a copyright strike. That's what they're saying.
yeah, yeah, I'm not sitting there pausing that shit, and I'm not. Sorry, Tarek, you my boy. I'm not doing that though.
And
Yeah, yeah.
the thing is just to let you guys know, I believe the best place that you'll understand the Joker and how he thinks is actually why you want to kill me um, portion when Batman is in the interrogation room with the Joker, and Batman asks the Joker, "Well, why do you want to kill me?" He said, "I don't want to kill you. You complete me," right? And he's explaining, that, you know, outside of the order that people have, right? Um, if if there wasn't that perceived order, people would lose their mind. It would be absolutely chaos because they wouldn't know what to do with themselves. And people change at a whim. People do things in order to make themselves more comfortable. People change based upon what's going to help them out. And everything is based off of greed, whether people want to admit it or not. It's based off of uh, uh, basically a need for survival, a need to continue, right? And so everybody will always change. And Joker is saying, but you have these rules. He's saying that to Batman. He said, but I'm going to make you break those rules because you're just like me and you're just like everyone else. You see what I'm saying? And so that's always been who Joker is. He's always wanted to break Batman, right? And that's just been his character. He's always wanted to break Batman. And he believes that the chaos is actually beauty, right? The unknowing, the constant, people, doing, that's what it is. Um, isn't that kind of a God complex? As far
It's
as
more like narcissism, sociopath type shit.
well, I think that's people in general, and I think that's kind of what Joker's relaying in that every person has this slight God complex, that everybody is a narcissist, a sociopath within themselves, right? We just convince ourselves that we're not. And he says, he says at one point, he said, "You call me a murderer, you call me crazy," and he says, "I'm not any of those things. I'm ahead of the curve." You know what I mean? He's realized who he is. That's who Joker says. That's what Joker says. He says, um, I know who I am. I've accepted who I am. The problem is the rest of you guys are a facade. The
So
rest of you are
you
fake.
gotta, if that's his true mission, then you gotta ask yourself, is he actually a villain?
Right. And that's the ultimate question. is Joker a villain or is he not? And this is why Joker is the best comic book character of all time. He is the dichotomy. He is the chaos that you seek to hide. He is the true self, and he accepts who he is unflinchingly. This is and that's just
So
you
that
know
you have to ask the question: then, are people who have schizophrenia, are they themselves? And do we actually have the mental disease that we put on our life, our views, our organization are not, quote, hallucinating? You know what I'm saying? Like, is that us putting filters on what we actually see, and people who are, quote, perceived crazy actually seeing things accurately?
yeah. Yeah, I mean that's the question you got to ask. I don't know if I can answer that question, to be honest, because I don't know enough about that particular disease. You know what I
Well,
mean?
any mental disease, or any disease that has you where you don't perceive reality accurately. Are you
Right.
actually, is the inaccurate perception of reality actually the accurate one?
Right, and that's the question. It kind of goes back to the question of, are you alive now, and is this your reality, or when you go to sleep, is that your reality? Which reality is true reality, right? What is true reality per person, right? And the people who have what we consider mental illnesses, is their reality more real than our reality, right? And that's just one of you know these questions that you have to kind of ponder within yourself. This is philosophy, digging deep on itself, right? And we we don't really have the answers to that. It kind of gets into those questions of, am I real, and am I a real person? Is my reality a real person, or is all this just a construct of something else? And I'm just playing an individual role in this concept.
Yeah, that's crazy. That's off the chain, bro.
Yeah, that's I believe they call that it's called syllogism or some shit like that. I can't remember what it's called. You know what I mean? Yeah, I think it was called. But yeah, I read that comic also where Joker saves everybody, and and Shatira is actually right. He's a villain only in the sense that goes against what is accepted socially. So Joker represents the true you, and Batman represents the ordered control version of who we're supposed to be.
Who determines what's accepted socially? Who makes that determination? Because social acceptance, in my opinion, is one of the things that is a determinant of your immediate reality. And see, this is where you get into who controls reality, because people
Mhm.
do control reality. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, as far as I'm concerned, there are no such things as villains, and there are no such things as heroes. There's no such thing as good. There's no such thing as evil. Any of that dumbass shit, I don't believe in none of that shit. I don't believe in evil. I don't believe in good. I don't believe in villains. I don't believe in heroes. I don't believe in none of that shit, because I only believe in characters. Like, there's some villains that people are like, this motherfucker's a villain, and I'm like, I don't understand how he's a villain. Like that shit
Mhm.
that Izzy just explained about the Joker. That's literally the Joker doing the same shit as Neo, but in a different way. So
Right.
how can we call Neo a hero and call the
And
Joker
called Joker a villain.
a
Right.
villain, when both of them are trying to lift a veil from your reality?
Right. And that's why this Joker uh like I think it's actually one of the most underrated movie characters ever put on TV, because of there's so many things that you can like really sit down and think about all the different things that he says, and you can think about him in an honest way, if you can be honest. A lot of people really
Some
honestly
people
can't.
can't.
Yeah, some
Yeah.
people can't accept honesty, right? And so um this character kind of challenges a lot of different things. I think it's one of the most challenging characters ever portrayed on movie ever. And Heath Ledger is a fucking giant for being able to pull it off, because not many people would have been able to pull that off. So,
What
you
do you
know,
think about what Braun said?
he said good and evil is subjective. Absolutely it is. Good and evil is absolutely subjective,
So
especially
if you own the
mhm,
subjective acceptable perceptions of good and evil,
mhm.
can you exert over how people would wage war against you?
In what way? What do you mean? Like,
If I say, well, there's these 10 commandments and these
mhm,
things are wrong, and I program you to believe that a certain thing is wrong or right, and
mhm,
you know that what's necessary is something that's on that list of being wrong,
mhm.
that is your weak spot. If you can perpetually program those people to believe your definition of good, then you've automatically rerouted their brain from ever figuring out a way to defeat you.
Yes, yeah, you've controlled a narrative that is ultimately gives you the advantage over everyone else.
So,
Absolutely.
would you say that it's an assumption for the first thing that you should do, if you feel, if you're dealing with a system of white supremacy and racism, is to reject all societal norms and make decisions on your own based on critical analysis?
I think you should already be doing that, but I don't know, because okay, and here's the problem, um, because when you critically think and you make decisions based on for critical thinking and the logic, that the clear logic and the honest logic that follows, right? Because we know white supremacy is a skewed logic, right? Some of the things that fall within the bounds of white supremacy are going to match the critical thinking and decisions that you make using critical thinking skills, right? And so you have to make sure you can separate those two, even though they do match. Um, you know, you know, they're not the same. You know what I mean? So I think you have to use critical thinking at every single turn. It's just that you have to make sure you're not blinded, that the things within the system of white supremacy that are going to match some of the things that you need to do, or the decisions that you make, just because they're similar, or they might even verbally say the same thing, they're not the same thing.
No, that makes sense. That makes sense. So check this out. Have you ever heard of deeper nothing?
I've heard of the concept, but I don't really know everything about it. Like, you know,
So check this out. It says, but there is a deeper kind of nothing, argued theoretical physicist Lawrence Krauss of Arizona State University, which consists of no space at all, no
mhm,
time, no particles, no field, no laws of nature. To me,
mhm,
that is as close to nothing as you can get, Krauss said. Holt disagreed. He said, is that really nothing? He asked. There's no space and there's no time. But what about physical laws and mathematical entities? And see, this Holt dude is asking the same questions that I'm asking. How
mhm.
would there has to be something to maintain nothing?
Right, and
But
which
how,
puts
but
you
how,
into
but
the
but check this out
quandary.
though. This is the problem. How would something maintain nothing without being present to be detected as something to maintain that nothing? You see what I'm saying?
Right, but Krauss is actually saying, and this is the thing, I love Krauss. Krauss is a fucking genius. But he didn't say that the deeper nothing was nothing.
Right,
He and then what Holt did was he questioned that nothing. He said, but is that nothing? And Krauss didn't say that was nothing. He said it's a deeper nothing that is close to nothing as you're ever going to get.
right.
Which means,
So again, we're setting up a regression situation.
well, I don't think you're setting up a regression. I think it just answers the question, which is there is always something as far as we know.
Right, right. Which means that nothing is nothing is non-existent. It's a non-existent
Right.
concept.
Exactly. And and that's and that's ultimately where my brain is right now. I think it's just a concept that is impossible to have.
Yeah.
And until somebody can show me that nothing is possible.
When someone tells you, well, nothing is impossible, they're being more honest than they actually believe.
Right. You know what I mean? They don't even realize.
They don't even they don't
Hence
even get
killing.
how they don't even get how deep they were with that. Like, damn, you know what I'm saying?
Right. Now, now real quick, because I know you got to get out of here.
No, you good. Go ahead.
Shatira presented a question. So, what do you think about what she just said?
We have pretty much collectively agreed that murder is wrong. Who agreed on that? Would be my first question.
I think us as a collective of people, as human beings, we have agreed that for the most part, killing is unacceptable.
Hence, killing isn't socially acceptable. But
Right.
is it wrong in the absence of perceived morality? I think it's a case to case situation, and then I also,
Mhm.
we have to define what we're calling murder. You know what I'm
Right.
saying?
The now first thing is, yeah, we would probably have to define murder, right? Um, but killing, right? And a lot of times people separate those two things, right? Some people say murder is not killing, right? Killing is not necessarily murder, but it can be murder. Okay. Um, Taking of one's life, right? Take so is taking someone's life okay or not okay? Well, let's work that out. Okay. Um, is it okay to kill somebody for the greater good of the multitudes of people? Okay. Quick question in your head. If there was 7 people on a little tugboat, you're stranded in the middle of the ocean. Little tugboat, the little fucking boat, the little wooden raft boat that you're on starts to sink. You need to throw at least 1 or 2 people off of that boat in order for the rest of the people on that boat to survive. Is it okay to kill 1 or 2 of those individuals in order for the majority of those individuals to live? Or should you all die?
I think you should kill everybody else.
Meaning what?
Meaning you're the only one that's gonna be on the boat.
Okay, you're saying kill everybody on the boat,
Yeah,
and you worry about survival of yourself.
right.
Okay, now, see, and that's what we're talking about. Now, some people would view that as being extreme.
My question is, why would it be extreme?
Well, because you still have space on the little boat for not just yourself.
I
So
still
you didn't have to kill everybody on the boat. You only had to kill 1 or 2.
so that would make it extreme.
Well, I mean, if you killed everyone on the boat, that would probably, in a lot of people's minds, view that as extreme. Now, would I? I don't know if I necessarily would view that as extreme, but most people would say, well, that's a little extreme, don't you think?
So my question for most people would be, do they want to survive or do they not want to survive?
I don't think it's all that subjective. Something being wrong isn't necessarily a case of morality. Well, we define the idea of right and wrong based upon morality or social morality, what we deem to be called perceived morality, right? And we've created the concept of morality, right? As people. So a lot of the things that we say are right and wrong are based upon this so-called ideal of morality that we've constructed for ourselves as human beings. Okay.
Right. Like what about physician assisted euthanasia?
I
You
think it's
have
totally okay.
but it's not societally accepted. So
Right. And
you have rules, you have people in society who dictate if what's tolerable for you at your end of life care. See, in my opinion, in my opinion, ethics and morality is nothing but roadblocks from getting stuff done that needs to be done. Like, I have to follow ethical things and I have to follow rules because I live in a society that's set up to enforce laws that are subjectively based on those things. But I don't care about ethics or morality. I care about survival.
right. Okay. And I get that. Now, because he said it's not just wrong to kill your kids because of morality. It's also going against the purpose of existence from a survival of the fittest standpoint.
From
Well,
a
from a
survival of a fittest standpoint, if an animal is a runt, either the mom kills it or the rest of the animals eat it if it's not adopted by humans.
Right. And so that's the point I was gonna make. Sometimes the parents kill their young for one reason or another, because they're sick, because they're not able to keep up, because they're the runt. There's a lot of different reasons. So that's again survival of the fittest. So even on a human perspective, we can even go that much further and say, well, it's not wrong to kill your kids on a moral standpoint, but it is okay to kill them if they're
Abra-
not fucking physically strong enough, if they are not capable, if they don't seem like they're smart enough to grasp. That would
Look,
be a justification of killing
Abraham was about to kill his kid.
right, exactly. You know what I mean? And so the thing is when we talk about this idea of morality, the concept of morality, right, and ethics, even, right, morality and ethics, these are concepts that we've come up with as humans, right? And we dictate our lives and we make rules surrounding those perceived ethics and those moralities that we claim to hold, right? So it's real simple. Do not steal. Well, of course, you shouldn't be stealing from other people. But is it okay to steal in order to feed your young? Yes. Well, I would say yes, but some people would say no, right? So these ideas of what is wrong and what is right, they are subjective depending on the situation and uh, the greater situation in which you're in on a day-to-day basis.
Yeah, I agree. I agree. I agree. And in my opinion, what's up, by the way, Classic Ruby? This is my personal opinion. I don't believe that humans are more significant than any other animal. As a matter of fact, me personally, I think that humans are actually a lot lower on the scale of intelligence and in the animal kingdom than we give ourselves credit for.
I would actually agree with you, Rob. I think that we've designated ourselves to be better than, but I don't believe that to be true.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not
We
trying to be
actually
funny,
discussed
but
this before.
I'm not trying to be funny, but that's like a whole nother system of illegitimacy. Like that's a whole system of human supremacy in the earth life cycle and hierarchy. Like, because we're not that significant in the earth's hierarchy and life cycle, but we've stolen the narrative from the entire planet and
Mhm.
we dictate and do things to the planet as we choose as humans, because allegedly we have this from where authority to make these kind of decisions. I'm gonna make this decision to cut down this forest. You know what I mean? Like, who told you
Right.
that you could? Like, there was shit there already. You know what I mean?
Right. I think if you look at the grander scale, when we're talking about animals and humans, I think I I think if you're smart enough, anybody can see that um, we have been more of a cancer to this planet than helping this planet. And if we're
Right.
talking about survival, right, and going back to your ideal of survival of the fittest, right, going back to even that ideal, the survival of the fittest, the fact of the matter is we've done more damage to this planet, and the only way that people can survive and we can have a survival of the fittest is if the planet does survive. So
Right.
objectively, we've been more cancerous to the planet than anything. We've done more detriment to the planet, which is actually that puts every other animal at risk on this
Exactly.
planet.
And that's why people be looking at me like I'm crazy. That's why I said the immunity, you know what I'm saying? The actual injection immunity is coronavirus. Like the coronavirus is the earth immunity against people. You
Right.
know what I mean?
And he said that's objectively not true. Literally study the brains of all living things. It makes it quite clear. Wrong. Our brain size doesn't mean that we are superior to anything. Our ability to think the way that we think does not mean that we are superior. Okay? Your brain, that's not how that works,
That's
sir. Like, and I
what Classic Ruby said is basically, in my opinion, it's the same thing as what Bronze is saying. I'm human and I say so. Because
right.
in my opinion, the human brain is not the most impressive thing. Like to me, it's more impressive how animals cannot use navigation and travel through the magnetic scales of the earth, which we can't even reproduce tools that have that much accuracy. You know what I'm saying?
That's right. I mean, the thing is there's, if you really wanted to break this down, and we actually had this conversation, right? You
Mhm.
and me had this conversation. And if we really wanted to go there, the fact of the matter is this: who is more superior when it comes to life on this planet, a tree or a human?
In my opinion, clearly trees.
Yeah,
I mean, it shouldn't even be like that's something that should come without, you know. But what's crazy is that like most people would think about it and be like humans, but in my
humans,
opinion,
right?
clearly trees,
It's
clearly trees.
clearly trees. It's not even a contest that a tree
Right,
is more superior than a fucking human. Like there's
right,
no contest to it,
right.
right? And most people would say, "Oh, well, because our brain, we got a brain. The tree doesn't have a brain." Well,
Well, a tree has done more than humans has since its existence on the planet without without a brain. So again, clearly a tree.
right. Like a tree lives longer, right? Watch. Look, a tree lives longer. A tree is bigger. It not only it helps the planet, it doesn't hinder the planet. It produces things for the planet. It lives a longer life. It's bigger. It's stronger. You know what I mean? The things
It
that
can grow back
trees,
its like we
right,
can't grow back our limbs. A tree can
right,
literally grow back its limbs.
right. If you could, if a hurricane came and I was standing next to a tree, who's gonna live, me or the tree? Most likely the tree. You see what I'm saying? Because
Right.
you see,
Look,
so
Shadera
when
said,
we sit here
Shadera
and
said,
we
fight me. Look, I fought a
right,
tree and got beat up. I got my ass whooped by a tree.
right, right. So the thing is you look at your place in the order of everything. We feel that we are superior because of what our brains are capable of doing. But have you ever fucking heard about, what I mean? A limb, but it can't grow new. It can grow back new ones. It can revitalize its old ones. The old
Look,
limbs that it has will keep on growing out. What are you
look,
talking about?
look.
I
My
mean,
question
not in
is,
the same
can
way,
can you grow a new one though?
right? Can
That's
you
the
grow a
question.
new one at all? Like, you know what I mean? Like, we have to look at things in a whole different way. And this is the reason why we as humans actually are more of a cancer. Because have you ever heard the statement, "You're so smart, you're stupid"?
Oh yeah,
Have you ever heard?
that's people. That's
That's
humanity.
people,
Like you
right?
literally just defined humanity. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Your brain power and your ability for cognizant thought, right? The fact of the matter is we underthink things and we overthink things to a point that we destroy ourselves.
Like that's that kind of stupid motherfucker when the police got a gun pointed at your ass and be like, put your hands behind your head.
Mhm.
Should I move my right arm behind the left side of my head, or should I move the left arm behind the right side of my head? And should I have a finger spread, or
Bang, 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 you're
should they
dead.
not? Right, and you're dead. You're dead. Like motherfucker, just put your hands behind your head so you can live. You can ask stupid ass questions about angles and shit tomorrow. You know what I'm saying?
Right. So I think the perception that this idea that we as humans are somehow like superior, it's utter nonsense. It's bullshit. We don't contribute shit to this planet.
I think the concept of nothing is more challenging than humans. I'd actually like to see now this right here, bro. This would make a good simulation for an AI to run. I want to see an AI simulate nothing.
Mhm. Right. Absolutely. And Browns to God, you're absolutely right.
Yeah,
That is the truest statement thus far.
yeah, we can survive outside if our homes and houses got destroyed. Most of humanity would die out if trees would still be here. Yeah,
Hmm.
same with roaches.
You know what I mean? So, like I've said this before, there is a certain group against the planet. Yeah, I caught that, MC. I did catch that, and I absolutely agree to that also. 150%.
Yeah,
150%. And I think you can show that without no problem. You can show that throughout history also.
oh, did you wanna
He said, I didn't say humans are not more of a cancer, lol, nor are humans more beneficial to the planet, obviously. Right, which shows that we're not superior in any way, not to anything. Okay.
Yeah, I don't think there's any human superiority. I don't think that there's any superiority at all. I think that we're all just here. Like
Right.
I don't think that there's like a cascade or like any pecking order. I think that the
Hmm.
pecking like honestly, I think the whole superiority thing with animals it's no different than racism when it comes to dealing with people. It's a man-made concept that assigns value where there is none and takes away value where there is.
I don't think animals even conceptualize this idea of superiority. I think the fact of the matter is most animals understand that fucking they have they place. They do that, and they stay in their lane, right? So, and I think it's very clear to see because there's a symbiosis when we talk about survival and shit. What?
I just laughing at TD because I'm like, damn, I'm like, is YouTube fucking up or did this nigga type in the same comment that was up there a
Right,
minute ago? And then he said down here, I'm gonna keep asking till he answers. So he must have literally copied and pasted that shit and put it back into
right.
the comments. Go
Is it
ahead and
what
get this.
is he saying concerning the Joker, speaking exactly of what the Bible explained concerning how we are inherently born evil or in sin? No, it's speaking to human nature. And here's the thing: a lot of people think like the Bible is holding some sort of it recognizes who we are. The Bible doesn't recognize who we are. The writers of the Bible understood how humans are. And what they did was they gave that concept of born evil or in sin as a way to explain um, the way that humans act. Like so, because again, you got to understand this, TD. Uh, the fact of the matter, okay, and I'm gonna always let you know that I am a little biased when I say what I'm about to say because I am an atheist, right? And I've studied that Bible, and the one thing about that Bible is it says that we are born in sin, but sin doesn't mean that you're automatically evil, right? Sin just means that you've done something that goes against what the Bible or what that God or religion has deemed to be bad. Okay. And so the original sin was Adam and Eve eating off the tree of life and knowledge. Okay. This is the original sin. And for that original sin, we are all born in sin. We are born of sin because of automatically. Okay. And so this is the reason why we have to redeem ourselves in the eyes of God, quote unquote, right? And we have to follow his rules and his commandments. And then he dictates what those rules and what those commandments are, because we have 613 statutes, laws, and commandments, right? And so these are sins. But look, but tell me, okay, what is sinful about fucking wearing cloths that are made of two different types of linens, right? What is wrong about that? What is so evil about that? And how does that, make a person bad and
Wait, what
evil
was
and
that? Wait,
shit?
say that one again. What was it with cloth linen?
So you're not supposed to mix fabrics. That's one of the statutes, laws, and commandments, right? You're not supposed to mix your fabrics and shit, right?
You
And
so you mean to tell me that if I don't put white clothes
if
with
you
white
put
clothes and colored clothes with colored clothes, and I dry them
no,
and use the wrong fabric softener, I could
no,
I'm
like no, like you're not supposed to put like um wool with fucking hemp or wool with fucking this pleather and shit. You know what I mean? It's like
why in the hell would that be anything that you would go to hell for? Or like how would that be against, you know what I'm saying? Like
I didn't
that
write the
shit is
Bible, bro.
crazy.
I just read the motherfucker, okay? So you're not supposed to mix, linens,
Listen,
right? You're not supposed to
I'm
do
about to
that
put my
shit,
soul on the line and go get my leather jacket real quick.
right? So this is like, you know what I mean? So this is what I'm saying. That's a sin, right? Rob, you stay mixing fabrics. Right? like that's a sin, but it's not necessarily evil, right? And so the Bible concept is not a dictation of really what's evil and good. And we can all pick and choose little parts of the Bible to see, oh, see, God was right. You know what I mean? But when you think about it, it's really fucking just people who wrote the Bible recognizing how people inherently are.
Bro, next time I get pulled over by the police, when the officer says, sir, do you know how fast you were going? I'm be like, you know what? If I was you, I'd call another unit. Why? Because I just got done mixing fabrics, bitch. That makes me pretty fucking dangerous.
Was it just
Oh shit. Man, you cut out a little bit, bro. I guess you I guess you do get in trouble for mixing fabrics. Is he just vanished into thin air? Wait a minute. The polyfabric blend sin is the same chapter that says homosexuality is a sin.
all right? I'm
And
back now.
eating shellfish is a sin. So maybe this has something to do with them shiny suits motherfuckers be wearing, because the polyfabric polyester blend is in the same chapter that homosexuality is a sin. Look, you see what TD said? He said, "Is he microphone cut off?" Look at
Yeah, that ain't God. That's called internet, fool. Okay, that's called the internet. Okay, that's what that is. Number one. Number two.
No, that's the power of mixing fabrics. Because I just got done. I put on 2 hoodies, and there's all kinds of shit going on over here. So that shit probably radiated.
Now, the thing about homosexuality is, yes, I just want to point this out. Yes, they were against men sleeping with other men the same way as women. They clearly state that as homosexuality. But when you read homosexuality precisely, when they talk about it, they're also talking about primarily pedophilia also. And there was a bigger emphasis on pedophilia, especially same-sex pedophilia and same-sex marriages. But a lot of people tend to fucking just be like, oh, just homosexuality. No, homosexual. When they talk about the quote-unquote homosexuality in the Bible, it's the homosexuality and pedophilia. It's all wrapped into one. A lot of people don't really get that shit.
Next time I go to like, buy some clothes or some shit, I'm gonna ask the person at the counter, is this a damnation eligible shirt? I need to look at the tag before I purchase this.
Right, right. I'm still doing GD. That's God. That's God. You know what I mean? That's God.
That's hilarious.
You know what I mean?
That's funny as hell.
Too bad. Too bad. I have a more rational explanation for that, and that being the internet, nigga. It was the internet.
Oh shit! Look at this. Look, Classic Ruby says people preach all the time while they wear their skirt that is 60% cotton and 40% nylon. Right.
And she's right. Look, and the thing is and a lot of people don't understand this, but a lot of people would say, well, that's the old law. That's the old law. Not understanding the Bible. You see what I'm saying? And that's what's so funny about this is people don't really get the Bible. And I know a lot of people in here will be like, yeah, it is the old law. It is the old. No, it's not the old law. It's the current law. You know what I mean? There is no new law. There has not been a new law yet and put down. And so, like, people don't understand that shit. Even Jesus said there is no new law right now. He said, I'm here to enforce the law, which was the 613 statutes, laws, and commandments.
So he
You see
came
what
out
I'm
of
saying?
Mary like RoboCop. I am. Oh
Right.
no, who was it? Which one was it? It was Judge Dredd. I am the law.
Judge Dredd. So he came out to enforce the law, right? The only laws that gotten taken away from Jesus and after Jesus is the 150 sacrificial laws. That's it. Those are the only ones that went moot. All the other laws are still in play. So when she brings that up, she's absolutely 150% correct.
Next time, if I go to a church or I see any clergy, I'm gonna ask them. I need to do a tag check to make sure that you're not blaspheming right now. What do you think they'll say? You think they'll let me or no?
They'll say that's the old law. We're not under the old law anymore. That's what they'll claim, but that's just not the truth.
I'm gonna ask them.
The Bible tells you it's not the truth. And if we're gonna fucking talk about the religion, the fact of the matter is the Bible sets the rules. It sets the standards. So whatever the Bible says, I'm gonna believe, and that's what I'm gonna take. I'm not gonna listen to some other man tell me fucking what the Bible says, because I can read for my damn self. And the Bible clearly says, guess what? Those is the statutes, laws, and commandments. Period.
They need to put that shit on the. They need to put that shit on the test or on the shit that they ask you when you have a physical. Yeah, what's your height? What's your weight? When's the last time? Have you mixed fabrics in the last 100 days? That shit would be funny as hell.
Right? I mean, this is what it is. This is why I kind of like laugh at people who believe that stuff. Like, it's fun.
Classic Ruby said, I use this verse all the time when they preach at me about sin. That and the shellfish, because we all know God's cabinet loves some shrimp. That's
You're right. They absolutely love themselves some shrimp, bro. You know what I mean?
Shrimp.
Don't eat any unclean animal. You know what I mean? They consider pig an unclean animal, but in all actuality, the pig is actually one of the most cleanest animals in the fucking planet. But the domestic pig is one of the dirtiest.
Oh, God, don't get me started. They go around arresting and shooting people for no reason too. So there's that. Then let me see. So
you're talking about those pigs. Okay. I see what you did there. I see what you did there.
You see what I did?
You know what I mean?
Look, Shatera said, leave shrimp out of this. Shrimp. That's funny as fuck. So look, then there's another one. There's another one called the absence of nothing.
Right.
Or I'm sorry, not the absence of nothing, the absence of something.
Okay, so what does that say?
So now here it says, still Holt said he wasn't won over by that definition either, and wasn't convinced that nothing actually exists. And I'm with Holt. I'm not convinced that nothing actually exists. Analytic philosophers say that nothing is a noun. It seems like a name for an entity, but it's not. It just means not anything, he said. So what's so special about nothing? It's not a fruitful philosophical notion. In my opinion, it's fun. It's a fundamental philosophical notion.
Yeah, I don't, and here's the thing, and I'm gonna reiterate this. I don't think Kraus actually disagrees with Holt either. Um, and I just want to say that, but I actually agree with Holt on that also. This is that nothing, right? And no, it is something. It always is something. And TD, just to let you know, um, I was actually supposed to be a pastor. My daddy was a pastor. I was supposed to be a pastor. I actually still own the church. I went to seminary school, and I still study the Bible to this day, even though I'm an atheist. Just so you know.
Yeah, I told TD, you know what I'm saying? Like a lot of times if you listen to atheist conversations, you learn the most interesting things about the Bible when you listen to atheists, you know what I'm saying? Because ironically, a lot of times Christians don't really know their Bible as good as they attempt to make people believe that they do.
Yeah, here's a fun fact for all those people out there, real quick. Um, if you ever find a Christian talking about they don't believe in abortion, guess what? God did. Haha. There it is. Just want to just throw that out. Go read Corinthians. I'm
He said,
just
he
saying.
gonna say, "Ha ha, God did."
God did. Haha. I'm
He
just saying,
said,
man.
I'm more interested in these cloths. Hey, look, we're gonna have to run a tag check every time Kevin Samuels go live. He's like, this is the Christian Dior, you know, tight crotch pants that I usually wear. What's the tag check on that with your Christian ass? Did you cross fabrics today, motherfucker? You know what I'm saying?
Right? That's real shit. Abortions was a absolutely was it a regular practice. It was a regular practice, and it was anointed by their belief in the god, which was giving bitters to the wife, and they gave her the bitter water, a bitter water, and if the baby died because of the bitter water, it meant that she cheated on the husband, and that baby actually wasn't hers, and it in God's eyes that was okay. But if the baby lived, then that was clearly the husband's child, and that mean it was a good baby. So a lot of people don't really understand that shit. So you know,
No, that's facts. And look, Bron said getting Bible lessons from an atheist. How do we get here? I'm telling you, man. I'd like, I would, I watch like all the atheists. You know what I'm saying? Because not because I am an atheist. You know what I'm saying? But because you learn the most thorough information from a non like it's a non-biased um examination lens that they use, because it's just for evidence, like it's just a
mhm,
requirement for evidence, you know what I'm
right.
saying? So like everything that they quote from the Bible has been thoroughly examined and peer reviewed. So it's real interesting to hear people who don't have like an agenda or an attachment talk about the Bible versus people who have, you know, who do have like a religious agenda, because it's more unbiased and allows you to make clearer decisions about certain things, in my opinion.
Check this out. I actually, and I don't see this as bad either. Okay, so I'm an atheist. I've been an atheist for over 20 fucking years, right? On my podcast, I actually, um, uh, um, on my podcast, I used to have a lot of believers actually come in, question me about the Bible, go and then go read the Bible after I gave them, you know, what to look for. And I've actually had a lot of theists and a lot of believers actually tell me that I've helped them understand the Bible. Their faith is even stronger because of the truth that I teach of the Bible and the way that I teach it, giving you the straight up facts about the Bible. So a lot of people don't really understand that. And for anybody who actually is a theist in this room, make sure I want you guys to do something for me. If you're really into that whole Bible thing, do this. Write one chapter out of the Bible. It's not BS. Write one chapter out of the Bible, just one. I don't care what chapter, I don't care what book, I don't care what it is. Read that out of the Bible. Take out all of the numbers, all the verses. Read it that way. But on top of that, read it from the Strongs. Strongs is probably going to be your best place to read it, but you don't have to use Strongs. If you have another place, you can use something else. Then also if you have any possibility, if you can get your hands on it, and if you need it, you can actually get in contact with me, and I will get you a copy. But then also read it next to the Ethiopian Bible that they have. If you can do those three things and read that one chapter after taking out all of the verse numbers and writing it, writing it according to punctuation, then reading it next to the original, whether it's New Testament, it'll be Greek. If it's the Old Testament, it's going to be Hebrew. And then also connect it with the Ethiopian, you're going to have your best understanding of the word that you'll ever know. Uh, like no no other way of looking at it. Like I don't care what anybody says. Go do that, and you'll have the best understanding of the Bible that you've ever known in your life.
Yo, that's crazy as fuck.
It
So,
is what it is.
so look, now here it says analytic philosophers say nothing is a noun, and it seems like a name for an entity, but it's not. It just means not anything. He says, what's so special about nothing? It's not a fruitful philosophical notion, but just because nothing may be prohibitively difficult to conceptualize doesn't mean that it's not a real thing. Cross counter. So now here it says there's a lot of things in science that are impossible to get any intuitive handle on, but that doesn't mean they don't exist. Cross said. This difficulty in understanding nothing dates back a long time. The ancient Greeks had no concept of zero and hated the idea so much they refused to incorporate zero into their number system,
Yep.
even when their astronomical calculations called for it. Which, I mean, just imagine how much further we'd be if those idiots would have actually used zero.
Well, they always try to act as if they were the people who actually came up with numbers and all of these things. But the fact of the matter is your ancient African different groups are actually going to be the predecessors of them or the predators of them, and they did have the concept of zero. They understood the concept of zero, and so you have that mathematics that comes out of that whole Africa region that is more correct than even the math that we have today.
Mm-hmm. I mean, this right here, you know what I'm saying, is a prehistoric implementation of I'm white and I say so. Oh, zero scares me. Um, I can't conceptualize zero. We're just gonna act like it doesn't exist, and we're gonna calculate every damn thing wrong for the next 10 motherfucking thousand years. Like, who does that?
Right. ESV is okay, Tarek. I I personally try to go Strong's or go directly off of translation. They have this website that has really great translation, which also gives you the multiple different possibilities that it could be. So those two I would go with, but ESV is it's doable.
What is ESV?
It's a different version of the Bible. That's
Oh, okay. Okay.
all. That's all.
And then so now here it says we humans have a real revulsion for nothing, for a void. Sifi said, for us, nothingness represents something we're afraid of. Disorder, a breaking of the rules. I think that that's interesting that the scientist feels that humans are inherently fearful of a concept of nothingness. And I would have to kind of say that I kind of somewhat slightly agree. What do you think? What do you guys in the comments think?
I absolutely agree. 100%.
I think that the fear of nothingness translates to the fear of death, and and that's one of the reasons why we have some of these things like all of this spirituality and religious concepts and different things like that, because it allows people to have some kind of buffer from the raw base reality of absolute nothing.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I just think that people are afraid of nothing because that concept is a scary concept, bro. It's a one that you can dive down really deep holes uh if you go down that hole. Let me see. I'm sorry, I'm looking
No, that's all good.
for this website. I want to give him a website to go to.
Oh, okay. So now check this out.
Um,
Here it says ultimately the definition of nothing may just be an ever moving target, shifting with every scientific revolution as new insights show us that what we thought was nothing is really something. Maybe nothing will never be resolved. I think that's what we're looking at here. Did you have that thing you looked up that you wanted to talk
um,
about?
yeah, I just want to tell him he can use translate.com. He can use Lexigo, Lex, lexilogos.com, or he can use, there's another one called doingitinhebrew.com. Those are going to be some of your better ones.
Doing it in
Uh,
Hebrew? Is that a porn site?
mhm. also, translator .eu is a pretty good one. Also, there's one more that I want to fucking put out. And these are all, again, you should use all of these things that you can, you know, you can use, because when you do that, you're getting the best understanding of each word. Because when you start learning about like Middle Eastern phraseology and the words that they use, you start realizing that one word can mean a multiple of different things, and you have to be able to adequately figure out which word. Sometimes in these Bibles and shit, they might have gotten a letter wrong, or they took out a letter, or they added a letter, or they thought it was, a C instead of a G, or a G instead of a C, or things of that nature. So you should try to, and you can use the Accordance Bible too, accordancebible.com. That's a decent one too. So, you know, those are all of the different places where you can get different translations. There you go, bud.
There it is. There it is. So I think unless you had anything, did you want to add anything, or is it any final things that you wanted to say?
Um,
I think we got through nothing, but I think we should touch on that topic again because
mhm.
my like where do you stand on that? Like so you're kind of with me. You don't believe that anyone can prove the existence of nothingness, and it's only something that
Right.
we can kind of approach conceptualizing, but we can't ever conceptualize it.
Yeah, yeah, I think that it's the concept of nothing or nothingness is almost impossible to conceptualize. Um, and especially with our finite brains, at least for now, you know what I mean? At this point, we can't conceptualize this idea of nothingness. Too, it's way too deep of to understand that.
Yeah, I
And I
agree.
don't think
What
it's
do you
even
think is more
possible to prove it.
what's more deep, religion or nothing?
Oh, fucking, what's more deep?
Yeah.
Nothing. The Bible is not deep at all. Absolutely not.
Oh
Absolutely
shit.
not. The Bible is nothing more than antiquated ideals and philosophies and bullshit history that never happened.
Yeah, I want people when they get done listening to this, I want them to take a moment and try to conceive your best perception of nothing and then describe it to us next time when I go live. I can't perceive nothing. I can't even the more I try to perceive, it's not even that I can come close to perceiving nothing. I can't get like like a bunch of layers before even getting close to nothing.
Mm, mm. Yeah, I can't do it. And I've already tried. So, yeah.
Look,
I'm not done with this conversation. Intellectual smoke coming into a DM for both of you. I ain't mad at it. I am
that's
not
funny as
mad at it
hell.
at all. I'm totally not mad at that at all.
That's
You know what I
hilarious,
mean?
man. We've
Let
been
the trolling begin.
let it begin,
Shit.
man. We've been I'm telling you, we've had like day-long debates over this shit, like, and it's just like one little thing, you know what I'm saying? And it'll like mess up the whole damn thing. It's like we gotta go back through all of this shit now, like, you know what I'm saying?
Right, right, absolutely. Hey, real quick, Ruby, I would have to disagree with you on that. Like wholeheartedly, I would. Don't get me wrong. I do understand. I just hate that when people uh, try to separate um, Christianity or the belief in the Abrahamic God, separated from religion. The fact of the matter is this: religion is nothing more than belief in a higher power or supernatural being or supernatural person. Okay, that's it. Nothing more, nothing less. Okay, um, people have corrupted different belief systems, and in all actuality, it's not religion that is being controlled, but it is Christianity, in fact, that is actually being controlled. The idea of God is being controlled on a day to day basis, also. The concept, the God concept as a whole, um, is being controlled by your day to day existence based off of that. So if like if when people say to me or I hear, well, I'm not religious, but I believe in God. Well, that's literally religious by definition, right? You are religious by definition. And if you study said God figure, you are in a religion by definition. No ifs, no ands, no buts. There is nothing that you can't separate the two. You can't say, oh well, this concept of religion has been, bastardized. Okay, cool, I get it, but it's not the religion that's been bastardized and taken advantage of and used. It's the Abrahamic belief system that's done that. It's the God concept that has done that. It is each individual religion, such as Islam, Christianity, Judaism, or any other religion that's out there, right? So, like, you shouldn't say that there's a difference between, believing in God and religion. No, there isn't. And when you say things like that, like people who like are having this conversation, they're gonna look at you and gonna be like, "Oh, okay, you're a layman, and you have no idea what the hell you're talking about." You know what I mean? So, like, I would suggest people stop saying, "Oh, I don't believe in religion," or "religion is different." Don't say that because people look at you like, okay, this is an idiot I'm talking to. There's no more reason to even have this conversation with this person. Like, I'm just saying, you don't have to listen to me, but you know what I mean? Like, just so you know what people are thinking. Like, you know, you know what I mean?
Right. You
Why
know
is
what?
this not an open panel?
We'll set one up. Ruby. You know what I'm saying? We just have to know like when a good time will be for you, because I don't do open panels. You know what I'm saying? I'm not trying to be funny, but you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't, you cool, Ruby, you could come up, but like I don't do all that shit. You know what I'm saying? Only motherfuckers that I know do I let on the panel. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Right.
and like and usually, my OCD ass, that shit gotta be like pre-put together like a month before. No, I'm just playing, like, you know what I'm saying, but in a reasonable amount of time before. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? Just because like people be on
Right.
some bullshit and they be crazy. Like, I see panels get destroyed by motherfuckers just acting ridiculous when you're nice enough to allow an open panel. Like, you can't do that because people are dumbasses. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Or they'll come in
Right.
and
But
completely derange the conversation or just do stupid shit. Go ahead, bro. My bad.
exactly. But Ruby, but I do understand your point. I'm just letting you know, like, me as a person who understands how people talk, you know what I mean? And I understand what people mean by what they're talking about because I've had a lot of conversations with theists. That's the only reason why I'm just pointing that out. Like, when you're dealing with people like, that like really study this shit, like, that's the first thing that they're gonna say. But I
Ye-
get your point.
Yeah, but you know what though? But we could set up a debate though, if y'all want. You know what I'm saying? Just leave it in the comment section and we'll figure it out. And I think that'll actually be a good debate. I want to debate Bronze the God on nothing. You know what I'm saying? But Bron said Bron said that every time he debated an atheist, he got worked, so it's pointless to even try.
Look, you know, the thing is it's like I got a lot of respect for people who believe in the Bible. It's just that, you know, don't get me wrong, a lot of people aren't putting in a lot of work. So like when people get upset by things that I say about the Bible or how I explain shit in the Bible, a lot of people get upset, but I've put in like over 30 years into this studying of this Bible, like serious study, not layman study, not just studying the Bible. I mean, studying multiple different books, languages. I've put in work on this shit. So it's like, it's cool. You don't have to agree, and you can, you know, use that word that everybody loves to use, which is, oh, well, you're just interpreting it different. No, I don't need to interpret the word. And I'll let you all know this. If you ever want to debate me on the word, that's fine. You can. But I don't ever interpret the word. The word doesn't need to be interpreted. The word is the word. The word tells you. I've been knowing this. That was the basic thing that I've always known about the word is the word doesn't need your interpretation. The word doesn't need anyone's interpretation. The word interprets itself. And this is the biggest problem because everybody thinks that they can interpret the word the way that they want. Problem is Deuteronomy 4 tells you you can't do that shit. So I suggest people start looking more inside of the word rather than people's bullshit interpretations. Just saying.
Yeah, that's facts. That's big facts. Yeah, so just leave in the comments of this video, Ruby, when you can do a debate, and if we can all link up, you know what I'm saying, that shit can happen. I think it'll be interesting. And you know, if there's anybody else that wanted to get on, we could just do like a panel you know, thing that day. Like of course it'll be a closed panel. It won't be like just everybody hopping on that motherfucker. It'll just be the people that want to be involved in a debate like that. So if you want to be involved in a debate like that, then just make sure you put it into the comments and we'll figure it out. You know what I'm saying? What do you think about that, bro? Is that something
Oh,
you want to do or
I, yeah, I'm always down to do that. She said it's about the history of organized religion, as in more rooted in Indian religion. What do you think that? Do you think that the Bible has a root in Indian religions? I don't know if I would necessarily agree with that, but I guess I can understand where you're coming from. That, but I don't know if I would agree with that.
yeah,
Um,
that's yeah, no,
yeah, I don't
that's
know. That's
interesting.
a
I think that's something that y'all should talk about in that debate. What's up, Saint Beloved?
yeah.
Yeah, I think this would
I
be a
don't.
good. Cassie says she wants to listen to the debate and not be involved. That's funny as hell. Ain't nothing wrong with that, Cassie. You know
Yeah.
you good.
I would rather call it a dialogue, not a debate, because I'm
Yeah.
not trying to prove anybody right or wrong. You know, on anything. Like like I don't like to really debate the Bible per se in that sense. Um, I rather have a dialogue about the Bible.
Yeah, Braun said we could do it on Clubhouse. I actually think
Absolutely.
Clubhouse would be a better idea, and then we could record it and put it on YouTube too.
Oh,
So
then I'm down. I'm down with that too. No,
yeah,
the
we
Bible and Christian have nothing to do with my point on religion. Oh, okay, okay, I
so
get
you
you.
so y'all need to make sure that y'all follow us on Clubhouse. You know what I'm saying? The links should be in the chat. Matter of fact, yeah, the Nightbot just put the link in the chat. So if you got Clubhouse, make sure y'all follow us on Clubhouse, and
Definitely.
we'll either do this debate on here or there or both. Probably we'll do it on both. You know what I'm
Maybe on
saying?
both. Maybe
Yeah.
we could just do it on both. That might be better.
Look at this.
Mm.
Cassie says she don't have Clubhouse. Classic Ruby says she don't have Club. We'll keep it simple. We'll just do it on here.
We can do it on here. That's fine. You gotta let me know, let me in on it. I love the gang talk debate.
you lost. That's
Oh
hilarious.
shit!
Yeah,
Yeah,
it'll be
definitely,
good.
definitely.
Really good.
Mm, that's
Yeah,
right.
that's right. Make sure you follow me on the Smoke Signal app too. You know what I'm saying?
What smoke signal at? What the fuck? What is that?
The actual when you rub sticks together and smoke go into the air.
Oh, is that what it is?
Yeah.
Okay, I was about to say. Uh, I was about to say, what app is that? I ain't never heard of it. It's new to me.
Right. That's funny as
Mm,
hell.
mm.
All right, y'all. So I think that's it. You know what I'm saying? So we got a debate coming up, and then yeah, on my other channel tonight at 7:30 p.m. Me and my man Grind and Motivate. We're gonna be making fun of a lot of people. So if you guys like listening to people get made fun of, then make sure you come to Blacklight Revelations 1 at 7:30 p.m. Eastern time.
What is the success rate of seminary school? Uh, for the people that stay in, it's actually pretty. It's not a bad number. It's higher. It's higher than like average. It's like 60, 70%. But the problem is people that do or don't stay in seminary school. that's that's really the issue because most of the people that get into seminary school, when you've gone that deep, you start to study other people's understanding of the word, and then you start studying, other religions, and you start studying a lot of different things. And so, yeah, it's at a out of the people who stay in it, it's not like super super low. I think it's something like I don't know, something like 30 to 40% uh, success rate on seminary. If it's strictly seminary, if it's like seminary and college courses, it's higher. It's like 70%. You know what I mean? It all depends on which are you talking about. You know what I mean? If
Yeah,
you're
that
talking
makes
about like
sense.
just religion, yeah, if it's just religion, or if you're going and you're getting uh, a bachelor's or any kind of like just a degree in the study. It all depends on what you're going for because they have these new seminary schools that you actually go there for degrees instead of just the word and learning the word. You know what I mean? It's kind of been all blurred. So,
Yeah, you know how that shit goes. All right, yeah. So
yeah.
I got it. Ruby, email me at ruby@classicruby.com if you missed that, so we can set this up. I'm excited for a good intellectual debate. I'm so over the same repetitive, low vibrational struggle thinking discussions. Yeah, we don't do that shit over here. You know what I'm saying? That's one of the reasons why, as far as I go, I don't let I don't do open panels because I listened to YouTube enough, and I don't really want to hear much of what a lot of motherfuckers on YouTube have to say. So that's why I don't do open panels, because there's a lot of fucking idiots like on this app, and they quite frankly should just like, I don't know what they should do, but what shouldn't be going on is people shouldn't be taking them serious, and they shouldn't be taking themselves so damn serious because they're a joke. You know what I'm saying? But that's neither here nor there.
Yeah, an open panel definitely fucking needs strict, very, very strict moderation. Absolutely. I agree with that shit too.
Yeah,
I'm
that's
not big
facts.
on a whole bunch. That's why whenever we did it, I always, brought people up one at a time because I tend to on my podcast, I tend to let people call in or come up and have a discussion. But I tend to do it only one at a time. So there isn't like this big ass issue. You know what I mean? And because too many people, too many ideals, too many ideologies, they all get kind of convoluted. You know what I mean? And you end up having this really bland, basic conversation, and it really didn't do anything to move the needle one way or another. Right? You know what I mean? So if you keep it with a lower amount of people, and everybody specifically lets everybody know where their mind state is, their ideological ideas, and some of these basics, right? Then you have perspectives that different and but also challenge each other. So I actually feel that shit. You know what I mean? Uh,
I can't fuck with all them damn people on the damn on the panels, especially a lot of these motherfuckers on YouTube. Like their voices are annoying. You know what I'm saying? They're dumb as fuck. Like I can't do it. I don't have the patience. Like you know what I'm saying. Then they talk crazy. They want to fight you and shit like that. And it's like, man, you live on the other side of the fucking planet. What are you talking about? You know what I mean? Like it's just like shut the fuck up. Like can't you just talk about regular shit? And like a lot of motherfuckers can't. So that's one of the reasons why I just don't like. I don't have the StreamYard link like pinned in the comment section, and I probably like never will unless I just decide to like bomb my YouTube account and never come back.
Right, right. I think it, and classic. Hey, check this out. I think honestly, I think it's imperative for people to like go and get as many degrees as they can, to get true study and understanding of study. So I don't doubt that any pastor that's actually done their due diligence and like got all the way to getting their masters in, in their field, because there's so many fields when it comes to this Bible shit. You know what I mean? There's biblical archaeology, there's, understanding the literal word, you know what I mean? There's a lot of different areas that you can be in. And so when people think, seminary and they think all these other things, right? They don't realize there's so many different areas. It's not just, like a lot of people think you go there and you're just going there just to be a pastor. Some people are using it for other things and people don't understand that really. So I get it. You know what I mean? But I think the more information you have is the better you'll ultimately be. So, you know,
Yeah, no,
you're
I
either gonna
agree.
fucking yeah, you're either gonna believe it or you're not at the end of the day. It's just it is what it is. I don't have no problem with it. That's what you want to believe. More power to you, baby.
Right.
Shit. You know what I mean?
Nah, I feel that. I feel that. What's good, Faith and Light? And what's going on? Yeah, this will be good. This will be good. So this will be interesting.
All
Yeah.
right, man. So, uh, you know,
So
uh,
we'll get that
let's,
together. You know what I'm saying? And then
yeah, absolutely.
and I don't know when I know I'll be live tonight because me and Grind and Motivate are doing our collab. But oh, and then wait a minute, hold on. Thursday, me and TD
Hmm.
will be on his channel for just talking, and then on Friday for mine. But yeah, probably like we ain't gonna do any morning shows until like I don't know next time I go to work because like I'm not about to wake up at the ass crack of dawn on my off day.
So, what are you guys going to be talking about on TD, you and TD show? What are y'all going to talk about?
You know what? We haven't decided a topic yet. So as soon as we decide a topic, it probably will have something to do with something going on with Simone Sanders or the Democrats or something like that. You know what I'm saying? Because you know they got all that shit popping off.
Oh yeah,
You know
it's the season right now just to
they
get on
booted
fucking
her.
guns right now.
They
Uh,
booted her ass out of the damn White House. She ain't with Kamala Harris no more.
oh well,
All
you
right.
know what I mean? Good for her. You know what I mean? To be completely honest, I don't know if she got out for the right reasons, but good for her that she's not a part of that shit. You know what I mean? Um, you know, do you have a YouTube channel? I do have a YouTube channel. So Reality Check Virtual Radio. Um, I don't know if someone can put it in the room. It'd be
you
much
know,
appreciated.
you
But
know, you
yeah.
law got it on standby.
Oh, there you go. If you all could put it in the
Look,
room,
you
yeah.
know about this game dog's email address right here, or email, or this game dog's channel right here.
Okay, there it is. That's what it is. Yeah, so just look up Reality Check Virtual Radio. I'm not gonna lie, I've been doing a lot of I've actually been doing a lot more with Rob here and doing a lot more shows on his podcast and his show right now, because I've been working a whole lot. But maybe if I get enough people that fucking hit me up and say, hey man, I want you to go live about the Bible or some shit, I'll go live and we'll talk about it.
Yep.
You know what I mean? There it is. Thank you. I appreciate it. You all appreciate it. You know, I'll go live and we can talk about it. We'll pull up scriptures, we'll pull up the Hebrew, pull up, the Greek, we'll pull up fucking, everything.
Yeah, that
You
should
know
be
what I
dope.
mean?
I'll be checking that shit out. I'll
So
definitely be checking that shit out.
yeah.
He can get Pat Voss to come on there.
Oh no, I won't. No, Pat doesn't know the intricacies of the Bible like that. He knows
Ah, okay.
atheism. He understands atheism and he understands science. I bring him in when it comes to science.
Yeah, I was about to say I wouldn't mind hearing his thoughts about nothing. You know what I'm saying?
Right. That would be very, very interesting to be completely honest.
we should get him on here.
That would be interesting. But on when we're talking about Bible, specifically the things that's in the Bible, what it says, and the different parts of the Bible and shit like that. Oh, that's not his area. That's not his forte. That's that's all me.
I'm
You
just
know what I mean?
laughing. I'm just laughing at. Leave Pat alone.
I
Pat,
like I
Pat,
love
cool
Pat, man.
man.
Pat cool, but you know, he's like uh he's like a science like freak. And like if you don't understand like certain parts of science, he will lay fucking deadwood all up in your
You
ass.
mean to tell me that you
You
don't
know?
understand Bohr's fourth law of thermodynamics? This is why I'm making this.
Right.
This is why I'm making this closed panel from here on out. That's Pat right there.
Right. Yeah. You don't understand quantum mechanics and how they fucking deal with, you know what I mean? Fucking this and this and this. Man,
I mean,
that's
I
when
don't
I
know if you
just
read
shut
the
the fuck
description,
up.
but I expected you to have an elementary understanding of laser propulsion at thermodynamic degrees. The fuck is wrong with you?
Right.
We can't have all this bullshit in here, Izzy. These must be your people.
Right. I'm gonna block them, okay? Because I don't want to deal with these people because they're too much of layman's and they don't understand simple concepts like quantum fucking theory and quantum mechanics and how that relates to the time space that we know now. These motherfuckers are idiots. You know what I mean? And I'll be like, yeah, yeah, that's how I feel about fucking most of the people that read the fucking Bible. I'm like, you fucking layman's. You know what I mean? I'm like, yeah, I'm good. You know what I mean? I'm like so good on layman's in the Bible. Like I cannot deal with like layman understanding people of the Bible. I really can't. And I can't stand those people
Oh
that think that
shit.
every single part of the Bible is like this proverb and needs to be. Oh, I can't stand them motherfuckers, dude. Like real shit. Those motherfuckers irritate the fucking living shit out of me,
Look,
dude.
don't ever go to no cosplay or no motherfucking like comic like shit and not have that shit completely memorized fucking with Pat. He'd be thoroughly disappointed. Like, wait a minute. You mean to tell me that you don't have seasons 5 through 10 of Star Trek 17 memorized? This is completely unacceptable. Like that shit is funny.
Yeah, that's how he's the way he is with science is the way I'm with the Bible. And the motherfuckers that think that every single word is a proverb and it means multiple, like 150 different things. And that shit just annoys the fucking living shit out of me, dude. Like, I swear to God. Like on everything, that shit is fucking the most annoying thing in the world. The most annoying thing. Wait, I don't want to offend anybody in here. So if you are a fucking like a Hebrew Israelite, don't take anything that I'm about to say serious. Don't take it personally. Um, I cannot stand motherfuckers who say that the Bible is talking about the United States and this is the Egypt and blah, and here let me show you how it fucking makes it that way. You Jesus Christ, you fucking I swear to
Cause
God.
cause
I,
cause 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 the Statue of Liberty, she was speaking in Babylonese and shit. And the Babylon shit finna fall down in Revelations and the mark of the beast and all of that. Like, shut up, man.
Right.
Like, fuck.
Like I'm like, dude, are you serious? Yeah, I mean, look in the Bible in Deuteronomy, it talked about how we were gonna be set in the boats, and this is the I want to smack the shit out you Negroes so bad when you guys do that shit.
Man,
Okay,
that's
I
hilarious.
thoroughly debunked that shit so much. You know what I mean?
Man, that's too funny, man.
You ever heard of Seminary Graduate School of Theology? I've heard of it. I don't know too much about it, to be honest. I'm not gonna lie to you. Like, I've heard about it. I don't know, like, if it's a good school or like, how. I don't know like all the ins and out of that school, but I've heard of it. You know what I mean? Why you went there? You know what I mean? We're gonna talk making money on YouTube again. Last night we talked about the top money makers. That's right. What
Yeah, we got
you
to
guys
talk
talked
about some
about that?
crypto. We got to talk about
Yeah,
some
definitely
crypto
got to
pretty
talk
soon.
about crypto right now, bro, because crypto, I think right now is the time to like start watching crypto to where it drops to, so you can start buying in before it like goes back. Yeah, so right now
Absolutely.
it's kind of one of them times where you kind of have to watch the market. I think right now, if you're not watching the market, the crypto market right now, you're fucking yourself.
Look at this
You know
shit.
what I
Look
mean?
what look Utah. Y'all not no, I'm good
Did
on the
y'all hear
YouTube
about?
consciousness. I'm so good on it. I'm so
Uh,
good on it.
yeah, I don't do YouTube consciousness. Yeah. Hello,
They
my
can
uncle went there for a year and said he had to go. Oh, I feel that. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, like if it's a good, I'll check it out. I'll go check out the school, see what what they about. You know what I mean? Utah, Utah. Hmm.
man, that's crazy. They're gonna and yeah, no, and I'm cool. I'm so cool on the YouTube consciousness. Like I'm so good on it. You know what I'm saying? Like they can be conscious and have fun on their own doing their shit that they do. You know what I'm saying? Like just
Utah. Why the fuck is it spelled like that? Don't tell. Is that it? Like, is he like a Hebrew Israelite?
probably.
Why do all them Negroes always gotta fucking have a name that start with J so you can fucking do the silent J shit? Like, what is that
Bro,
about?
listen, man, listen, Linda. But I, but I think that's it though, man. I'm about to wrap this up and get up off of here. You know what I'm saying?
all right, man. Hit me up. You already know
All
what it
right, for
is.
sure, bro. And then I shot Classic Ruby that email, so hopefully we can get that debate popping off by the end of the week. That'd be pretty cool.
Cool,
You know what I'm
cool.
saying?
If you want, you can send her my number so she can text me and we can set it up too. We can
Okay,
talk
yeah,
about
bet,
when we're both free too. So
bet.
shoot her my number and we can text.
All right, that's what's up. That's what's good. Well, everybody that stuck around, we appreciate y'all sticking around. All right, and again, your boy's going live on the other channel with my man Grind and Motivate a little bit later, and we'll catch y'all on the next one. Peace.
For sure, for sure.